Okay, fine. Good. So in the last class, I think we have seen the Wildlife Protection Act, am I right? So after that, whether we have seen the difference between the national park and wildlife sanctuary? Okay, so we have seen that. So now we have to get into the next one, biosphere reserve. The next one is biosphere reserve. The concept of biosphere reserve. See, this concept of biosphere reserve came from UNESCO. UNESCO. So under a program, what is called MAB program. So MAB full form is Man and Biosphere Reserve Program. MAB full form is Man and Biosphere Reserve Program. It is called as MAB program, MAB. Man and Biosphere Reserve Program. So here, the main objective of this UNESCO MAP program is, so we need to identify a forest region where we need to conserve the entire forest along with the human mankind. So if you take a national park wildlife sanctuary, so this national park and wildlife sanctuary, it is only for the flora and fauna. But when you take MAP program, that is biosphere reserve, in this human is also included. Human is also included. Okay, when I say human is also included, what does it mean? Yes, we need to use the biosphere reserve, that is of this forest region, for the benefit of human mankind. So how probably, by promoting tourism, by promoting some investment, even we can use the flora and fauna for medicinal purpose, for commercial purpose. So there is a lot of benefit. Again, when you use that biosphere reserve, when you use that forest resources, we should ensure that it is being used in a sustainable way, not in a non-sustainable way. So that is the idea under the UNESCO MAP program. So here we are trying to work out scientifically. We are trying to identify scientifically how we can utilize these forest resources or this biosphere resource, nothing but the forest resources, for the benefit of mankind. So most of the time, the difference is when you take any protected area, national park, wildlife sanctuary and all, it is only for the flora and fauna. But when you take this biosphere reserve, yes, biosphere reserve can also be used for human mankind. So that is what the UNESCO says, the MAP program says, any biosphere reserve should have three functions. It should have three functions. The first function is conservation function. So okay, the conservation function, the UNESCO says that the MAP program says we need to conserve the entire forest region in a sustainable way. We need to conserve the forest region, conserve the flora, fauna. So of course, in the ecosystem level, genetic level, and in the species level. And here in the conservation, we should also try to use this traditional knowledge. We have to make use of this traditional knowledge. So that is traditional knowledge are the people who survive. There are some forest dwellers who survive in the forest for a long period of time, all right, for generation to generation. Now, probably for many years, they have been with harmony in the forest. So now they use this traditional knowledge. That traditional knowledge also we need to promote along with the scientific knowledge. That is what conservation function. So that is conserve the flora and fauna. The second is development function. Yes, the development function, it is nothing but we need to sustainably exploit the biosphere reserve. Sustainably exploit the biosphere reserve. So when I say sustainably exploit the biosphere reserve, yes, we can go for investment. So we can do investment. The investment can be anything, like the investment on forest resources, investment on tourism. So ultimately, some people should get benefited. There should be some livelihood program. So that is something called development function. So exploit the resources in a sustainable way. The third function is called logistic function. So logistics, the meaning of logistics is transport. But here, when I say logistic, we need to give access to the biosphere reserve. For example, for the purpose of education, for the purpose of tourism, for the purpose of research and development. So for all these things, we need to give the access to the forest resource. That is something called logistics. So logistics, the literal meaning is transportation, but here logistics, we try to mean about refer to the access. So access, national level, international level. Even within the country, if anyone wants to access the resources, yes, we need to give the permission. And even the foreign countries, if they want to exploit the resources also, we should give that access. That is called logistic function. A biosphere reserve should have 3 functions. Okay, what UNESCO program says is every country can join this program and they can identify the biosphere reserve within their country. So now, once you identify a biosphere reserve within the country, you can apply to the UNESCO MAP program for getting a status called World Network of Biosphere Reserve. World Network of Biosphere Reserve. So that means these are if you get the status, World Network of Biosphere Reserve, these are the best biosphere reserve in the world. Probably we will get some funding and technical assistance from the UNESCO. So today, we have created a National Biosphere Reserve program, the Government of India. In that, we have identified 18 biosphere reserve. Within that 18 biosphere reserve, we have got 11 biosphere reserve as a world network status. Actually, this 11 biosphere reserve, world network of biosphere reserve, these are the biosphere reserve which has been recognized by the MAP program. So for these reserves, we are getting some funding and technical support from the UNESCO, that is from the rich countries. Okay, so if we want to identify a biosphere reserve, UNESCO says that any biosphere reserve should have 3 zones. Any biosphere reserve should have 3 zones. The central zone is core zone. The second zone is buffer zone. Then the last zone is the transition zone. So any biosphere reserve should be divided into 3 zones: core zone, buffer zone, transition zone. Okay, when you come to the core zone is legally protected. Even you can see this. You can see this. See, this is a core zone, the central zone, buffer zone, transition zone. So core zone, you can see that it is legally controlled. That is all the LAF, all the Act, Wildlife Protection Act, Import Export Act, all the act will be applied in this core zone. It is legally protected. In this zone, it is only monitoring will happen. The forest official will monitor. So no one will be allowed inside the core zone. But of course, they will allow for research, education, and all. If you want to go inside to take photography, or if you want to go inside, take some resources, that time you can go inside and then come out. So core zone is legally protected. It is monitoring. Then comes the buffer zone. The second zone, this is the buffer zone. So in buffer zone, normally tourism, research, education, training, and all will be allowed. And apart from that, some human settlements also will be allowed. So there are some people, traditional dwellers, scheduled tribes, so who are native to the particular forest. Now those peoples will be allowed to stay inside the buffer zone. So in the buffer zone, we will allow tourism, recreation, education, training, and some human settlements apart from research stations. Then comes this transition zone. So in transition zone, all other activity be allowed. So why they need to have a transition zone is, of course, transition zone may be joining with some other research, some other, biosphere reserve or something, or probably, maybe a village or even a town or something, because they don't want any village or town or any other activity to happen near the buffer. So we want some few kilometers a transition zone. So any biosphere reserve should have three zones: core zone, buffer zone, transition zone. So today we have approximately 18 biosphere reserve. In that 18 biosphere reserve, 11 biosphere reserve has been identified as a world network. 11 biosphere reserve has been identified as a world network. So normally transition zone, yes, it is to reduce the human, man-animal conflict. Okay. So sometimes you may have a confusion. So then what is biosphere reserve? What is national park? See, it is, so let us take, it's a Western Ghats. It's an Indian peninsula. Let me say it's a Western Ghats. See, here, it is only the same forest is being, earmarked as a national park or wildlife sanctuary or biosphere reserve. So normally what they will do is, suppose if you have a national park, you have a wildlife sanctuary, let me say, you have a tiger reserve. Now they will make this as a core zone. From here, few kilometer, they will make it as a buffer zone. Then few kilometer, they will make it as a transition zone. Then they will declare this entire region as a biosphere reserve. So that means if you go to the core zone of any biosphere reserve, it may be nothing but a national park or wildlife sanctuary, or probably it may be a tiger reserve. Okay. So normally the difference between us, in a biosphere reserve, the man is also included. So what are the list of biosphere reserve? So of course you can see from the book. So these are the list of 18 biosphere reserves. So factual part we will not deal. So in the essay book, you can find this 18 biosphere reserve. And within this 18 biosphere reserve, please try to identify that 11 reserve which has got the map status. That is UNESCO World Network of Biosphere Reserve status. Okay. So you can see from the essay book. The next is tiger reserve. Next is concept of tiger reserve. So tiger reserve, actually it was started as a project tiger in 1973. Because the tiger population during 1990, 1900, 1900, it was more than 20,000 plus. But after, colonism, that is after, especially by 1948 and all, the tiger population came to, 3,000 to 4,000. So that is what we started with a project called Project Tiger in 1973. So the main idea of a Project Tiger is to, conserve the tiger. So here, what are the threats for the tiger? So under the Project Tiger, we are trying to reduce the threat for the tiger. So if you see the threat for a tiger, the first and foremost threat for the tiger is habitat loss. Habitat loss. So that is the first major threat for the tiger. Okay, that we need to do. We need to control. The second is poaching. Poaching of tigers. Okay, why they poach tiger? Because today this animal organ trade is one of the biggest trade in the world, and especially tiger organs and all has a high demand. It's a huge demand in the market. And in those days, by 1960s, 1970s and all, most of the tiger poaching is done by this Myanmar. this Burma people, this Burma local thugs and all. And what they do is they poach it and they sell it to China. Because in the Chinese traditional medicine, they use this liver extract, tiger liver extract. They use the organs of the tiger. So that's the reason most of the poaching has happened. So that is the second thing. We want to control the poaching. The third one is we want to control the man-animal conflict. Okay, and at the same time, there is also another reason: increase in livestock is also a major concern, because when more livestock increases near the protected areas, obviously it is going to decline the natural herbivore population, because this livestock is so competitive in consuming all the grasses, and because of that the natural herbivore will be completely declined of grasses, and at the same time this particular livestock will also spread a lot of diseases to the wild animal. So that is the reason the biggest risk is livestock. So under the Project Tiger, so the 4 agenda is to improve the habitat. We need to cut down the habitat. Of course, we need to revive the habitat loss. We want to control the poaching. We want to stop this man-animal conflict and increase the, and of course, we need to control the livestock. So that is the reason we started with this Project Tiger. So under the Project Tiger, slowly we brought a concept called Tiger Reserve. So it's a tiger exclusive zone. Okay, now initially we started with it, but the real crisis came in 1991. Because in 1991, when we took a census, that time we came to know that the tiger population has come to 911 numbers. You see, tiger population, the known population before colonialism and all, it was more than 50,000. At least by 1900, it was more than 20,000. But in 1991, it came to 911 number because of this 4 reason. So that is what we want to control the tiger population decline. So immediately we started taking various measures. So in that, the one measure is the tiger reserve. That is, it is a tiger exclusive protected area. Okay, when you take a tiger reserve, the tiger reserve is under the 2-zone strategy. It is called core buffer strategy. So tiger conservation is based on the true core buffer strategy. So there will be a core zone, and of course there will be a buffer zone. Again, the same concept. Core zone is completely protected. It's highly protected. So buffer zone, it's a transition zone. So normally in a core zone, it's only monitoring. So even actually, we will not allow any human settlement and all. Actually, we have an act which is called Forest Right Act. But under the Forest Right Act, we should allow the people to stay inside. That is the traditional dweller to stay inside the core zone. But anyway, forest official most of the time ensure that this tribal people does not stay inside the core zone. But anyway, other research activity, education, tourism and all will be allowed in the buffer zone. So that is what tiger conservation is based on, the core buffer strategy. Core buffer strategy. Okay. So we started slowly with 7 tiger reserve. So today, by and large, we have 50 plus tiger reserve. We have 50 tiger reserves till now. So try to see what are the latest tiger reserve, which is the first tiger reserve, which is the latest tiger reserve. And also try to see which is the largest tiger reserve and smallest tiger reserve. Okay. And later point of time, we also brought one authority, which is called National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA, National Tiger Conservation Authority. So again, it is a statutory authority established under the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. So this authority is exclusive for tiger conservation. This is a central agency. It's a nodal agency for tiger conservation. Anything related to tiger, we need to approach this authority. But again, this authority, of course, they will give the guideline for, of course, they only, steer the entire project tiger. Okay, they run this project tiger. At the same time, they are the one who gives a guideline for tiger reserve. So what type of activity will be allowed inside, what type of not allowed, the rules regulation inside the tiger reserve and all will be given. But actually NTCA will not create any tiger reserve. See, the job of creating a tiger reserve is only in the state government. The state government only has to create the tiger reserve. But the NTCA, what they will do is they will facilitate the state government. If any state government come forward to create a tiger reserve, NTCA will help them. And the other main activity of NTCA is any research related to tiger, research, disease and all will be only done by the NTCA. And there are many global platforms. So we have Tiger Symposium, Tiger Summit and all. In all the global, international conventions and all, tiger related conventions and all, NTCA will participate. NTCA will participate. And apart from that, NTCA also actively, fund for research. They will fund for research. And especially recently also, they came out with a technology which is called eBird technology. So this eBird technology is nothing but drone. That is unmanned aerial vehicle. So which was created by, of course, funded by NTCA, and it was created by Wildlife Institute of India. So it is unmanned aerial vehicle. It's nothing but a drone, because the interior part of the tiger reserve and all, okay, we cannot access. So when there is a drone, probably the drone can go and it can take a photograph and it can send it, so that if any information on forest fire or any information on poaching and all, okay, you can get a live information. So like that, research, development and all, NTCA will do the funding. Of course, this NTCA will be headed by a chairman. So of course, our minister itself will be the chairman. That is the Union Minister of Environment will be the chairman for the NTCA. And any welfare related to tiger also will done by the NTCA. And apart from that, NTCA, it is bird life technology, eBird technology is done by Wildlife Institute of India. Wildlife Institute of India. Okay, apart from this, the major activity of NTCA is tiger census. Tiger census, how many years once tiger census happen? 4 years once. 4 years once tiger census is conducted by NTCA. Actually, NTCA also conduct this leopard census also. Leopard census also is taken by the NTCA. Okay, 4 years once tiger census will be done, which is a marathon exercise. So how they did tiger census? See, in those days, tiger census was done by pugmark method. Pugmark method, and of the same time poop method. This is what used. See, pugmark, you know that it's a foot mark of the tiger, because through the pugmark you can find whether it is a male tiger or female tiger. You can also identify the age of the tiger. You can also identify of course, the sex of the tiger. And also if any tiger has a disease also, bone related disease also, you can find it from the pugmark. So once upon a time, it was a reliable method. And then they will also use this poop method. But the problem with the poop method is the tiger poop and the leopard poop may be sometimes same. So confusion may happen. So that is the reason most of the time they use pugmark method. And after that, they will use statistical methods and all, statistical, and let's say sampling method and all. Based on that, they release a report. But today, this was removed. The last census and all was not done by the pugmark method. So now they are following this camera trap method. Camera trap method. So what is that? They are taking a photograph of the tiger and they will try to analyze through its stripes. So probably you know the tiger stripes. Actually here, no two tiger stripes are unique. That is, each and every tiger stripes are unique. Each and every tiger stripes are unique, so that it is very easy. So here, this is one of the largest exercise. Probably they will fit cameras. The camera will take the picture of the tiger, and what will do is they will run a software. They have a software in that it will run, and finally it will come out with a number of tigers. So this is one of the very largest exercise. Recently, we also got in the last fourth tiger census, we got a Guinness record for it. Such a largest camera trap method. So for this, they also created one app, mobile app, which is called M-Stripes. M-Stripes, it's a mobile application, which is also very helpful for the monitoring of the tiger and also for the census. Okay, wherever they cannot fit a camera, there they used proof method and pugmark method. Okay, so that's how tiger census is taken. So now there is a recent tiger census. You can see here, the fourth All India tiger estimation. So in this estimation, of course, this particular tiger census has got a Guinness World Record. Has got a Guinness World Record because for recognizing the country's effort as the world largest camera trap survey of world life. This is the largest survey, camera trap survey. Okay, spending a huge crores of money, we have done this tiger survey. So in this tiger survey, what we have come to know is, we come to know that the tiger population number from 900 very long back has increased to 3,000 numbers. That is 2,967 numbers. That means 70% of the global tiger population is in India. And we found that every year the tiger population is also increasing 6%. So that is what we have come to know. So some basic facts you can make note. So in this, what we came to know is the top firma. See, what is M-Stripe? It is a mobile application which is used by forest people, officials, that is called M-Stripes. The stripe is nothing but, you know, the tiger will have a stripe, am I right? So that is what it's called. Okay, M-Stripes. It's a mobile application to do the tiger census and also monitor the tiger. Okay, if you see the top performer, so in which of the states the tiger population has increased. So here, the highest increase, you can see this data, the increase in tiger population has happened in, of course, the highest tiger population, it is in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh. The second is Karnataka. The third is Uttarakhand. These are the three top performers. Okay, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Uttarakhand. The maximum tiger increase in this census is found in Madhya Pradesh, 71% increase, Maharashtra, Karnataka. This is a three state where the increase in tiger population has occurred. Okay, when come to the worst performer where the tiger population has declined, it is Chhattisgarh and Mizoram. It is Chhattisgarh and Mizoram. Okay. And when you come to the best tiger reserve sanctuaries, if you see, Madhya Pradesh Pench Sanctuary, Kerala Periyar Sanctuary. These two sanctuary, as God has been told that is one of the best managed tiger reserve in the country. Pinch Sanctuary, Periyar Sanctuary. Okay, and then in Tamil Nadu, Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve is also, is found that it has got a maximum improvement since 2014. Since 2014. So you need not write all the information. So this Satyamangalam in Tamil Nadu registered the maximum improvement. Okay. So which reserve the tiger population has decreased is, it is Dampa Rajaji. Dampa of Mizoram, Rajaji of Uttarakhand. In these two regions, the tiger population has decreased. Okay. Apart from this, there is a NTCA also participate in a international forum, which is called Global Tiger Forum. Global Tiger Forum. Global Tiger Forum. See, this is a forum. Basically, it is an initiative of India, because world 70% of the tiger, it's one in India. So India has initiated this forum, and in this forum, all the tiger range countries participate. Approximately some 13 countries are there, so which are all called tiger range countries, where tiger is available. So all the tiger range countries has participated in this, has joined this Global Tiger Forum. So what they do in the forum is, every year they meet in the forum. In this forum, they meet about the international cooperation. Because, for example, we need the help of China, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar in order to control the poaching. So as I told you, poaching is the biggest problem for tiger. Once upon a time, even today also a problem. But in those days, by 1990 and all, poaching was at the peak, was at the maximum. So they poach it and they sell it to the Chinese traditional medicine, because they use the liver extract and all for some diseases. So in order to control the poaching and all, definitely we need the help of this government. So that is the reason we use this Global Tiger Forum platform for the control of poaching. Apart from that, what we do is, we will also share the best practices. So if India has done any good practices in terms of tiger conservation, those best practices also will be shared to other tiger range country. And again, if any other tiger range countries have done any best practices, that they will share with India and other countries. So that is what it is, a platform to share the best practices. And apart from that, in this country, some of the rich countries are India, China, and Russia. So now there are some countries, tiger range countries like Laos, Vietnam, and all. Comparatively, it's a poor country. So now this rich countries, well-off country, has to help the poor countries in order to maintain, or in order to conserve the tiger reserve, or in order to conserve the tiger. So that is how the Global Tiger Forum is being initiated. In this Global Tiger Forum, non-tiger range countries can also participate. Non-tiger range countries can also participate. So most of the time, US, UK, and all, they will come and participate. But they cannot participate as a member. They can participate as a observer status. But the condition is, they have to provide fund. If they give money for the tiger conservation, yes, they can also participate in it. So that's how, okay, they play a very important role in the tiger conservation. So that is what Global Tiger Forum. So now many tiger forum, every year the tiger forum will happen. In one particular year, in one particular year, that is, it was in 2011, I think so. Yeah, it is in 2010. In 2010, you can see these are the tiger range countries. These tiger range countries, they took a declaration called St. Petersburg Declaration in Russia. So that is what in 2010, the heads of the government of tiger range countries in Russia, St. Petersburg, they took a resolution. The resolution is called Double the Tiger. That is, we want to double the tiger number by the year 2022. By the year 2022. So that is 12 years target. Okay. So normally any global declaration and all, generally they will take it for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. But why 12 years is because this 2022 in the Chinese calendar, it is a year of tiger. In their tradition, in their calendar, this 2022 is a year of tiger. So that is the reason sentimentally we took this 2022 as a target date, target year. So from 2010 to 2022, within this 12 years, every country has to double the tiger. And it was converted into a program called T into 2 program. There is a program called T into 2 program. So which I said, no, it's a 12-year program, 2010 to 2022. Of course, whatever the St. Petersburg has said is that we took it as a program. So in this program, of course, WWF, Worldwide Fund for, Nature. So they have participated. Of course, they have taken the initiative. So this program main objective is to double the tiger. So here, Nepal is the first country to double the tiger. And India has 70% of tiger population. Okay. So that is about the tiger and tiger reserve. Now let's get into lion. So tiger versus lion. So both are top carnivore. So once upon a time, our national animal was lion very long back. But later point of time, since tiger is a major, tiger is a major habitat in India. So we changed our major animal, that is the national animal, as tiger. Okay, so coming to the tiger versus lion. So we don't give much importance to lion because the lion population is very less. So when you take the difference between tiger versus lion, so which I already told you, lion always survives in a family, which is a social animal. A tiger, most of the time, is a solitary animal. And tiger prefers dense forest, but lion prefers mostly open forest. When you come to the lion, the habitat of lion, since it's an open forest, most of the time we find it in the grassland, especially in the semi-arid zone of Gujarat, Rajasthan, some part of Madhya Pradesh. If you take a lion, once upon a time, the lion population was very enormous. That is, start from Iran, Iraq, Persia, okay, till Afghanistan, Pakistan, till India, especially India, the part of Haryana, the part of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, this entire belt, we had a huge amount of lion. But now this lion means I'm talking about Asiatic lion. Now this Asiatic lion population has declined because of habitat loss, poaching, and other reason. Today we have a last Asiatic lion of approximately 600 numbers in Gujarat Gir forest. This is the last lion we have. So all the lion has got extinct. So right now, recently we came to know that the lion population is increasing. The last Asiatic lion, it is only, that is in the native. Okay, captive. See, that is, see, there is two things. Wild, captive. Captive means probably in the zoo or something. If you take tiger captive, I think US will be having the highest number of tiger. Even though India is a 70% of the world tiger, India is a tiger country. But if you see the number of tiger US has, they say that the US may have more than 5,000 tigers. But actually, it is not in the wild, it is in the captive. It is in the captive. So the question is about wild, the natural habitat. So don't take this captive, because captive means some country may have, even the tiger, even the US may have a highest number of tigers. So that is not a consideration. So we should always take the forest, wild. So when you take the wild, of course, the last Asiatic lion, it is only in the, Gir forest, of course, in the Gujarat. So right now, the numbers is approximately 674 numbers. The population seems to be increasing, and it is where it is found. It is found in the part of Gujarat. This is where Gir forest, Girnar, Pania, Mitiala. Gir, Girnar, Pania, Nitiala. So these are the region we have lion now. Now, what is the threat for the lion? The recent threat for the lion is this. For the last 2 to 3 years, we are talking about this canine distemper virus. This is one of the very contagious disease. Actually, this disease has come to Africa savanna forest. In that, 30% of the African lion has got killed. It has wiped off 30% of the African forest in the East Africa. It was responsible. So such a very dangerous virus. Now, some or other way, that virus has entered into India in the Gir forest. Now, this contagious virus basically attacks the gastrointestinal system, immune system, and nervous system. See, most of the time it will kill the animal. This is a virus which can also create a problem for the human, especially like bronchitis problem. Of course, the respiratory problems it can create. Some or other way, this virus has entered into a system, and actually in India, it has killed more than 20 lion. And right now we are taking the help from various countries, various rich countries like UK and all, Britain and all, to conserve that. Okay, and also they came to know that this canine distemper virus is also moving towards tiger. So that's also news came. So till now, it has only affected the lion. And apart from that, we have created a new project called Asiatic Lion Conservation Project. So this is the first project for lion, because we have given more importance to tiger, but lion, we don't have any project. So the first project for lion is Asiatic Lion Conservation Project. It is a 3-year project, 98 crore. So it is going to be given. So this project will be conducted by the, of course, it will be conducted by the Gujarat government itself, because this lion census is done by the Gujarat government itself. That is the Gujarat Forest official itself, they do it. Okay, this conservation project, 98 crores, where it will be spent is in order to conserve the lion, especially on controlling the diseases and also to improve the flora and fauna in the lion habitat, because to improve the food chain and everything. Okay, and also there is a proposal for Asiatic lion reintroduction project. We are planning to increase the Asiatic lion habitat, because recently we came to know that 20% lion population is increasing, because earlier it was 300 numbers. From 300 it came to 400, 500. Right now the number has come to 600 approximately. So right now we think that this lion population has to be further increased to the other habitat, like the older habitat like Madhya Pradesh. So for this, we have created a Asiatic lion reintroduction project in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Of course, the sanctuary, what they have identified is the Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary. But even though when this proposal was given by the state government for the central government, the state government opposed it. Even the Gujarat government also initially opposed it. And also Madhya Pradesh government, of course, still they have not, resolved the rehabilitation issues. Because if you are going to reintroduce this lion, probably if you have any local habitat and all, you have to remove. So rehabilitation issue is still going there. Anyway, the central government has given approval for the Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary to reintroduce the Asiatic lion. So we want to further increase the Asiatic lion. So that is the information about the lion. It's not needed. So it is also interbreeding, tiger and lion. So there's something called Tigon liger. Tigon means male tiger, female lion. Liger means male lion, female tiger. Actually, this is liger. This is Tigon. This is liger, that is Tigon. Okay. So normally in the captive. So of course, liger is the largest cat species in the world. Okay. So that is about the lion. Now come to the elephants. So first we will see the difference between the African elephant versus Asian elephant. So the right side is African elephant. This is the Asian elephant. So the first and foremost difference is in terms of height and weight. Yes, the African elephant is heavier than the Asian elephant. African elephant is heavier than the Asian elephant. Okay, that is one. Number two is you can identify the African and Asian by the ear. When you see the ear itself, you can see, so this longer ear. Normally, the African elephant will have a longer ear. Long ear comparing with the Asian elephant. That's the second difference. The third difference is tusk. So when you take a tusk, yes, the African elephant, both male and female will have the tusk. But in case of an Asian elephant, it is only the male will have a tusk. The female will not have a tusk, or it will have a rudimentary tusk. So rudimentary means partially developed. Rudimentary means partially developed tusk. Okay, and the third one, and the next one is when you come to the tallest part of an Asian elephant, it is at the arc of the back. That is the tallest part, or the tallest will be at the arc. Here, the tallest will be on the shoulder. Tallest on the shoulder. Then the last difference is skin. When you take an African elephant, it will have a wrinkled skin, but whereas Asian elephant skin is a comparatively smoother skin. Comparatively smoother skin. Okay. So coming to the Asian elephant. Okay. So what is about an elephant? We know about an elephant. Mostly elephant is something, it is a matriarchal. Probably it is only the female elephant will lead the entire team most of the time. And the elephant walk for more than 17 to 18 hours per day. So where the elephant walks, normally we call it as a corridor. Okay, so you cannot restrict the elephant in one particular region. The elephant walk for a very long distance. As I told you, it is something, it will cross more than, of course, 18 hours per day it will walk. And wherever it walk, probably, it will lay the, its poop and all, which is very essential for, for the plant growth and everything. So it do a lot of ecosystem services. It's a very important species, keystone species. Okay, coming to the elephant. So elephant conservation started in India through Project Elephant in 1992. We started with Project Elephant of 1992. The main idea of Project Elephant is to control the, of course, to control the habitat destruction of elephants. And the second one is poaching of elephant, control the poaching of elephant. And very important is man-animal conflict, because the biggest threat for elephant is man-animal conflict. Because some or other way, elephant comes in the way of human, or human comes in the way of elephant. Sometimes the man-animal conflict happens. In the man-animal conflict, every year more than 400 to 500 elephants are getting killed. So that's how the concern is. Even sometime more than 800 also it's getting killed. So another Project Tiger. Okay, we are trying to control all those things. And also elephant also it's used in domestic, right? Suppose domestic in the sense we are using in temples and all. So welfare of domesticated elephant is also under the agenda. So agenda of Project Elephant is to improve the habitat, of course, stop the habitat destruction, control the poaching. Of course, you know that the tusk and all has very high cost, and at the same time control the man-animal conflict, and at the same time take care of the welfare of the domesticated elephant. That is the main idea. Okay, so today the reason threat is it's only the man-animal conflict. Okay, why man-animal conflict? Suppose if you take a tiger reserve, even you can expect the tiger can be within the reserve. Yes, tiger may come out of the reserve. Even today they say that 30% of the tiger is outside the reserve. But if you take a elephant territory, you cannot expect the elephant to be within the territory. So elephant will move from its territory, it will go to the next territory, it will go to next territory and all. So now, and most of the time, the elephant walks in its path, walks a narrow path where the group of elephant walks. That is called elephant corridor. So today we brought a concept what is called elephant reserve. We brought a concept called elephant reserve. So it is the elephant exclusive zone. But anyway, giving a territory for elephant is not very easy. But the thing is, the elephant cannot be restricted within the reserve. The elephant will move out of reserve and walk in a narrow path, which is called elephant corridor. So as of now, we have identified more than 88 corridors, elephant corridors. But the thing is, in this, most of the corridor, 60% of the corridor is outside the protected area. That is, it is not coming under the protected area. So that means these regions are very vulnerable for the elephant. And also we find that in most of the elephant corridor, lot of human activity, coal mining and all happens. So some or other way, the elephant comes into the, coal mining, it falls in the pit, it gets trapped in the pit, or sometimes it comes, the man-animal conflict will come, they fire, they shoot the elephant, or sometimes the elephant, crosses the train track, probably it get hit. So some or other way, more than 400 to 500 elephants every year, it is getting killed because of this man-animal conflict. Because of this man-animal conflict. Okay, so now the government slowly, the Ministry of Environment, what they are trying to do is, they are trying to bring more and more corridor under the, protected area. Okay, that is a major thing. And nothing much about elephant reserves. That's about the elephant. Okay. So now hereafter, we have to get into the species. So we are going to discuss more than 40 to 50 species now. So I will also tell you how to remember the species. Okay, so right now, some important species, tiger, lion, in mammal category, we have seen tiger, lion, and elephant. So we will see some more species in 1 or 2 species in mammal, and then we will directly get into some reptiles and birds. And finally, we will see India's major species. Okay, zone wise, we will try to see it. So just a minute. Just a minute.
Hello, sir.
Yes, Indrajit. Yeah, Indrajit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My question is, I read in a book that in the story book that Michael Range or Satpura Range has not in India. We have many elephants in the range of mountain range like Vindhya or this side Damodar, Palamu, or in the Himalayan range also. But in the Michael and Satpura range, we have not seen any elephant corridor, mainly in the outside in both range. Why? Is there any geographical cause or biodiversity?
See, it's a biological cause or zoological cause. Actually, the reason is, most of the time, if you take any elephant movement, the main purpose is food and water. If there is any scarcity for water, or if there is any scarcity for food, or probably if it has got any threat, then only it will change its track. Otherwise, it will not change its path. That is what mostly probably water scarcity may be there, probably any threat may be there. So probably if they come to know any threat or water scarcity or food availability is less, that time the elephant may change its track. Otherwise, the elephant will follow the same track. Whatever the track in the sense, I mean the path.
Was it any special cause for Michael or Satpura, or there have no?
Michael, Satpura, okay, if you want, I will check and tell you, because the highest concentration is only in the Western Ghats.
Yes,
That region
sir.
is
But, yes, sir.
no.
But
What is your
why?
question actually?
My question actually, sir, in the many mountain range of India, like Himalaya, Vindhya, or Western Ghat also, the highest concentration
Okay.
of elephant we can found. But in the
Okay.
Michael or Satpura, we have not found such amount of elephant, or we can found a very little amount. Why? Why this type of uh, discrimination for this type, not a discrimination, this type of division of elephant in Michael and Satpura and Western Ghat and other mountain ranges?
No, you're asking why in this range elephants are less.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Why in
See,
both ranges?
see that is see. If you ask me, probably a species, in a particular region, it is divided. It is based on multiple factors. Okay, so there is no. Of course, I cannot say it is one or two factor. Probably, the Satpura range and all. Probably it's a very old tectonic mountain. I'm right, very long back. So now the question is, you're asking why there is no elephant there. Am I right? That is your question. Am I right? That is your question. Why there is no elephant? See, it is based on multiple factor, especially biological factor. See, an organism evolution, an organism movement and all is based on many factors. We cannot give one reasons for it. Suppose if you ask me, tiger is there. So probably you may find a dense forest. Okay, even in the Amazon forest. So probably if you take the tiger population, why Amazon should be the maximum tiger population? Why India is the maximum tiger population? No, because it depends on the evolution. Multiple factor plays a role. So I cannot give any specific answer for it. Why there is no mountain? Why there is no elephant? Of course, even if you take an elephant, actually as a reserve, there is only 22 reserve we have. So totally it is found only in some 16 states or something, I think, approximately. So it is not in everywhere. So a particular species, why it is in particular zone or why it is not in particular zone. So it is not, there is no direct one answer. There are multiple answers for it. There is multiple reasons for that. So that is the reason it's very difficult to give a single answer for it. And that too, whatever the answer we have, everything is a historical reason. So probably we do not know what is the reality. And again, we need to see what type of forest it is. Okay, most of the time it also prefers a good forest, generally open grassland. Generally, elephant prefers an open grassland, or probably it will prefer at least deciduous forest. Deciduous forest. So if it is very dry deciduous, also probably the chances are very less. But throughout India, you can find population. The highest population concentration, as I told you, in the Western Ghats, it is because of the genetic varieties and everything, conservation function. That is the reason. So we cannot give one single reason why it is not there. Why discrimination? No, we cannot that. So man-animal conflict, does it mean that man-animal conflict? Yes, see, man-animal conflict, it is not only in those regions. So we have across man-animal conflict is across the entire India. Even the highest man-animal conflict is also happening in the Western Ghats. Okay, but most of the time I can say food and water. That could be the one reason. So in the Satpura range, food and water we need to see. So the availability of food and water directly or indirectly decides the population and population growth. That could be the answer. Okay. Now, so we have some classification names. So which is generally used, which is called conservation classification. So we also saw some classification names like keystone species, niche species. That is the ecological classification. Now this classification is called conservation classification. Sometimes you may come across in the newspaper or in the book. The first is umbrella species. Umbrella species. See, what is umbrella species is, if you take an umbrella, what is the object of umbrella? So umbrella covers a large area, right? So umbrella, within umbrella, two or three people, two people also can get into umbrella to get protection from the rain. So the same way, umbrella species are the species. If you conserve that umbrella species, more chances that directly or indirectly it will protect other species in that particular community. Okay, So umbrella species, if you conserve umbrella species, let me take umbrella species, tiger is umbrella species. If you conserve a tiger species, more chances that it is not only the tiger is going to get conserved, of course, the entire forest is going to get conserved. So along with tiger, many species will also is going to get conserved. So such type of species is called, umbrella species. Most of the time, most of the umbrella species can be a keystone species also. And again, keep in mind, this conservation classification is a subjective. There is no definite definition. It's very subjective. It will vary from place to place. Because if you take a keystone species, I can say there is a definite definition. If you take a niche species, indicator species and all, the definition is very clear. But when you take a conservation status of a species, it is a little bit flexible. So some keystone species may be umbrella species. Some keystone species may not be umbrella species. Okay, so that is what it is a little bit flexible. It's very subjective. But keep in mind, umbrella species means these are the species, probably a very important species. When you conserve that species, it is not that species alone is going to get conserved. Along with it, multiple species are going to get conserved. That is called umbrella species. The second is flagship species. See, flagship species, these species, or I can say it is a charismatic species. It is a charismatic species or ambassador species. Or even I can say iconic species. Okay. Now, when you conserve that species, probably sometimes they can say a bear is a flagship species, because always people, bear is something, like ambassador or iconic species. Even you take a great Indian bustard, it's an iconic species. So like that, something, it is used for the campaign purpose. It is used for the campaign purpose. Okay. Now, what is the purpose of identifying a flagship species is, suppose if you conserve a flagship species, the chances that similar species, flagship species will also get conserved. For example, if you take let me take a bear. Now you conserve a bear. So probably bear needs particular food, a particular habitat. Now the similar food and habitat may also be a requirement for many other species. Now they will also get conserved because of this conservation of this flagship species. Okay, whether flagship species should be a keystone, not necessarily. It may be a keystone or it may not be a keystone. Does not matter. It is more of a environmental cause. It's more of a for a campaign purpose. This particular species is used. That is called flagship species. Okay, so umbrella species, flagship species. Priority species. So this is a term which is used by WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature. Worldwide Fund for Nature. So what they say is, this priority species are the one which has to be given the first preference in the conservation. Okay, so it can be a flagship or keystone, anything it can be, but does not mean it. So it says that this is a species which has a broader threat, which has a very broader threat. So obviously we have to give more preference for the species in the conservation. That is something called priority species. But most of the time we don't much use in India. So, but we use in India normally this flagship species and umbrella species. Okay, now directly we will get into the next important species. This is not needed. We will get into fauna diversity. So in this first, you will see this great Indian one-horned rhino. Okay, when come to rhino, we can see rhinos. We had 3 types of rhino in India. three types of rhino. The one is Sumatran rhino. The second is Java rhino. The third is Indian rhino. It is nothing but one horn rhino. Indian rhino. So where you can find this rhino? Normally you can find it in the foothills of Himalayas. Normally it's a grassland species. So start from Uttarakhand to till Assam. In the entire foothills, once upon a time, all the three rhino was there. But what happened, you see, the Sumatran rhino and Java rhino has become extinct in India. So right now it is only in Sumatra and Java. So it is completely extinct in India. The last rhino what we have is the one-horned Indian rhino. It is the one-horned Indian rhino. So it is in the foothills. Okay, now you can see this Great Indian one-horned rhino. Basically, it is a grassland species. Grassland species. So you have to see the conservation status. So conservation status, I'm not going to tell. So whatever the species we are going to give it, what we are going to discuss. So you have to see from the internet, from the reddist.org, what is the conservation status. But anyway, its conservation status is vulnerable. IUCN status is vulnerable. Okay, so rhinos. So basically it's a herbivore. So normally it is a grassland species. So the last one, it's a Great Indian one-horned rhino. Now the biggest threat for the rhino is, of course, habitat loss is the biggest threat. Out of that, poaching is a very much bigger threat. So for poaching, especially for horn, because in the illegal market, the horn price is very high, very huge. Okay, so because of that reason, they poach this rhino. Now, this rhino, in order to conserve this rhino, the government of Assam initiated a project which is called IRV 2020. Actually, it's a little old program. IRV 2020. That is called Indian Rhino Vision 2020. Indian Rhino Vision 2020. Indian Rhino Vision 2020. So this project, of course, it's an initiative of not only government of Assam, so government of Assam, and then WWF, and then some International Whaling Commission, and apart from that, some US-based organization. So multiple organizations have started this program. So main objective of this program is by 2020, we need to bring the population to 3,000 numbers. That was an idea. We want to bring the population by 3,000 numbers. By 3,000 numbers. Okay, so under this Rhino Vision, they had multiple ideas. I do not know whether they have implemented. Out of that, the one idea is cutting the horn. See, most of the time, the poaching happens only because of the horn. So in order to get the horn, they kill the rhino, they take the horn. So now what the government is planned, actually government planned was, actually, I think they have not implemented, it is trimming of horn. So trimming of horn without affecting its internal organ. This was a plan, actually. I think it has not been implemented. So trimming of horn without the affecting the internal organ. So once you trim it, within 2 to 3 months of time, again it will grow. Then again we need to trim. So once the main idea of trimming is, so once you trim it, the government itself can do the auction, legal auction. Okay, there was an idea, but apart from that, the government of Assam took many other measures to conserve the tiger, especially to control the poaching and everything. So where and all this rhino population is there. Okay, anyway, we need to see that. So we have some few places. So you know that the maximum rhino is only in Kaziranga, all right? So right now, I think we have around 2,600 rhinos or 2,700 rhinos. So Indian rhino, that includes India, Nepal, and part of Bhutan and all. So in that 2,200 approximately, it's in India. So in this, the maximum population, it is only in the Kaziranga. So in Assam, the maximum population is Kaziranga. And then in Assam, it is Pobitora Wildlife Sanctuary. Pobitora Wildlife Sanctuary. Then Orang National Park. Then Manas National Park. Manas National Park. Okay, in Assam we have, and apart from that, in the West Bengal, probably around 130 numbers are there. Jaldapara National Park. Jaldapara National Park and Gorumara National Park. Yes, Pobitara, the news came highest concentration, but number wise it is less only. Concentration wise it's highest. Gurumara National Park in the West Bengal, and even in the UP we have. In the Uttar Pradesh, it is Dudhwa National Park, and another important wildlife sanctuary, Katanayagat. It's very important for bird sanctuary. Katanayagat Wildlife Sanctuary. So approximately some 23, 24 numbers is in the UP. Anyway, the one-horned rhino population is increasing. So the major threat is habitat destruction, of course, the poaching, and also the invasion of alien species is also a major threat. Okay, that is about the rhino, one-horned rhino, Indian rhino. So still it is there. So Sumatran and Java rhino has become extinct. Okay, the next mammal, we will see some two important aquatic mammal. The one is dugong. Dugong, marine mammal. Dugong, marine mammal. So basically it is found in Gulf of Mannar. Maximum it is found in Gulf of Mannar and Park Bay. This marine mammal is a herbivore. And most of the time it consumes only the seagrass bed. It consumes only the seagrass bed. Okay. So already we have discussed in the seagrass. Then comes our dolphin. So this is our Gangetic River dolphin. So today it is actually called as South Asian river dolphin. So under this, we have this Indus dolphin, Gangetic dolphin. Two dolphins are there. So you have to see the status of the two dolphin. So especially in the Ganga River, you can find this Gangetic dolphin. Now the ones where the dolphin will have a poor eyesight. So most of the time they use this echolocation. By using the sound, they will find the location. Okay, and the major threat for this Gangetic dolphin today in the Ganga, why the population has declined, is mainly because of river pollution. Because of river pollution, of course, poaching is also another reason, and then lot of activities in the river. Lot of activities in the river, and especially sometimes it is getting caught in the fishing net. It's getting caught in the fishing net, and lot of constructions, dams, the rivers, construction of dams, embankments and all. So those and all is the biggest threat for the Gangetic River dolphin. So we have two dolphin, Indus dolphin and Gangetic River dolphin. Indus dolphin and Gangetic River dolphin. Okay, apart from this, we have one more dolphin, Irrawaddy dolphin. In the eastern coast, in the Chilka Lake and all, Irrawaddy dolphin. This is a freshwater dolphin. South Asian river nale freshwater dolphin. But this Irrawaddy dolphin in the eastern coast, it is a euryhaline. It's a euryhaline. That is, it will tolerate the wide range of this thing. But this dolphin only, today it is in the critically endangered. This dolphin is in the critically endangered. Okay. Okay. Now, euryhaline. See, already I told you in the very first class, euryhaline is something which can tolerate wide range of salinity. It can tolerate wide range of salinity. It can tolerate wide range of salinity. That's called euryhaline. Echo, ECHO, LOCATION, location. Locate, location, echolocation. Okay, we will have a break. It's okay, we will have some just a few minutes break and then we will start. Now it is audible? Yes, okay, fine. Now we'll move to the next category, the crocodilian reptiles. We'll see some reptiles. So in that, the first one is crocodilian. So under the crocodilian, so crocodilian is the order. So under this, we have different families, many families. So you can see some of the pictures. So can you guess what it is? So you can see this. Actually, this is called alligator. This is called alligator. Alligator. So normally when you take alligator, you can see the skull, the face. Most of the time it is a U-shaped. And the alligator, it is only survives in the fresh water. Alligator survives only in the fresh water. Okay, suppose if any organism survives in the salt water, actually needs to have a salt gland. But this alligator actually has a salt gland, but in its process of evolution, it has forgotten how to use it. So that's the reason, even though it has a salt gland, so it does not have the memory how to use the salt gland. So most of the time it survives only in the fresh waters. Okay, alligator, whether do we find in India? No, we don't find in India. So we don't have alligators in India. So alligator mostly it is found only in US and China. So it is not a concern for us. Okay, that is one. The second is what you see here. This is what we call it as true crocodile. This is what we call it as true crocodile. So basically it is a salt species. It survives in the salt water. True crocodile. So where you can see this, if you take in India, most of the salt water crocodile is found only in the eastern coast. Apart from that, it is found in, East Asia and all, Southeast Asia and all. But in India, it is only found in the eastern coast. Saltwater crocodile. In fact, in the entire east coast, we can find the saltwater crocodile. The highest saltwater crocodile concentration, so which I already told you, the wetland, it is Bhitarkanika. It is Bhitarkanika. Okay, so saltwater crocodile, actually there is no threat at all. It is in the least concern. And also this is the longest of the crocodile. If you take the longest crocodile, of course, salt water will be the longest crocodile. Okay, now similar to saltwater crocodile, we have another crocodile. We have another crocodile, which is called Indian crocodile. Which is called Indian crocodile, or also called as mugger crocodile. Indian crocodile or mugger crocodile. It's also called as mugger. So where it is found? It is found in the fresh waters of all the Indian lakes once upon a time. But today it is restricted because of civilization and urbanization. But it was found in all the fresh waters. Indian crocodile. So it is found in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka and all. In the interiors of the lakes and all, we can find this, which is called mugger. So right now its status, it's a freshwater. Mugger crocodile, of course, it's a freshwater crocodile. Its status is vulnerable. Its status is vulnerable right now. VU, vulnerable. Okay. The fourth crocodile, this is what? So what is this? It's gharial. You can see here, gharial. It's called gharial. So it survives in the fresh water. It is also called as river guardian. river guardian. Sometimes it is also called as fish eater. River guardian and fish eater. So normally it was found in the Ganges River. Actually, once upon a time, it was in the entire stretch of Ganges and even in the Indus and all. But today it is restricted in the Ganges and it has come to a critically endangered. This is the only species in the crocodile in the list of critically endangered. Critically endangered species. Okay, why it has come to critically endangered? Yes, it's because of many reasons. The one is, of course, river pollution, Ganga river pollution. The second one is encroachment of coastal banks, sorry, river banks, encroachment of river banks, and again constructions of dams and all in the river. So a lot of construction activity in dams, constructions of dams and all, and sometimes it is also getting caught in the fishing net. Sometimes it is also getting caught in the fishing net. That is various human activity. What has happened? You see, this particular population has declined dramatically. So right now, this population, it is not found in the entire river Ganges. It is only found in the Chambal, the tributary, a Chambal Chancery. There is a small breeding center. In that only it is found. The last, they have a breeding center to revive the population. So because of human activity, this very important species, Gharial, the river guardian, has completely declined to critically endangered. Okay, so rest of this you can see from the essay book. The next is marine turtles. Marine turtle. Okay, so when you take in this globe, so totally we have 7 marine turtles. We have totally 7 marine turtles. Just a minute. Totally, we have 7 marine turtles in this world. Out of the 7 marine turtles globally, 5 turtle visits India. You can see this 5 turtle. 5 turtle visits India. Okay, so we are going to discuss about this 5 turtles. But before we get into 5 turtle, so now we will see what are the common threat for this turtles, marine turtle. Okay, some basic information we'll see. Some of the 5 turtles are, the one turtle is called green turtle, loggerhead turtle, olive ridley turtle, leatherback turtle, hawksbill turtle. Anyway, we will try to see the individual turtle. So before that, first we will see some information on turtle. Okay, when you take turtles, this marine turtle, most of them, some marine turtle survives only in the tropical and subtropical waters. Okay, so we'll see that this olive ridley turtle and all, so normally they will not go beyond tropical waters because they prefer only warm waters. So that's how the nature of the water also changes. The requirement of the water also changes. So some turtles survives in the tropical and subtropical waters. Some turtles, you can find it in the tropical and temperate. But whether the turtle will enter into Arctic, it's very rare. It's very difficult. So it can even touch the Arctic line, but no turtle will enter into Arctic. And the second thing is, when a turtle becomes adult, most of the time the turtle survives in the continental shelf. This is common. It prefers continental shelf or littoral zone, or it prefers grass bed. Okay, So normally it plays a very important role in the continental shelf. Probably it maintains the seagrass bed, it maintains the coral reef, so like that. Okay, so that's a second. The next one is, and the next one is most of the turtle, it will travel. So either to the continental shelf or interior of the ocean, it will travel. So some turtle, it will travel all the three ocean. If you take Olive Ridley and all, it will travel from Pacific to Atlantic to Indian Ocean. Some turtle will restrict to Pacific and Atlantic. That is the reason out of 7 turtle, so 5 turtle visits India. That means it comes to Indian Ocean. Okay, that's a common thing. Now, what are the threat for the turtle? So now I'm going to give a common threat. The first and foremost threat is habitat loss. That is, it is nothing but loss of nesting site. Normally, what the turtle will do is, turtle, when it is going to lay the egg, so that time it will enter into the beach, it will dig a hole, it will lay the egg, mostly in the night time, and then it will close the hole. So, and then the turtle will go back, the mother turtle will go back to the ocean, it will enter into the continental shelf, or it will move on. And then after 7 days or 8 days, probably the hatching will happen. So all the baby turtle will come, and again it will enter. There is one specialty about certain turtle. Some turtle and all, wherever it has born, the female turtle, where it has born, there only it will come and lay the egg. That's a specialty in some turtle. So we do not know what is the reason, how it senses. Suppose if it's a particular female turtle born in Indian Ocean, then definitely Indian Ocean of a particular coast, there when it becomes adult, if it wants to lay egg, it will come only to that particular coast and it will lay the egg. That is a specialty of some turtles. Okay, anyway, the biggest threat is loss of nesting site. It is the encroachment of the coastal region by various human activity and all. That is what. The second is poaching of turtle. So they poach the turtle, that is hunting. Hunt the turtle for meat. Sometimes they use it for meat, or sometimes for some oil production, or even for medicinal purpose. They hunt the turtle. And egg poaching. People used to poach the egg. Egg poaching is also another thing. And then the next important thing is, when it is traveling in the continental shelf, most of the time it will get caught in the fishing gear. Caught in fishing gears and nets. It will get caught in fishing gears and fishing nets. Okay, apart from that, yes, pollution, marine pollution and climate change. Very important is oil spill. So oil spill or any form of pollution is also a threat for the turtle. And also climate change. When a climate is changing, when the global warming is happening, the ocean acidification increases, the pH of the ocean changes. Because of it also, the turtle are getting threatened. Now this is a common threat for all the turtle. Okay, now we will get into each and every turtle. The first turtle is green turtle. So this green turtle normally survives in tropical and subtropical waters. They survive in tropical and subtropical waters. Most of the time, the green turtle survives in the seagrass bed. Its major food is seagrass bed. Apart from that, it will also consume some algae. So most of the time, you can find it in the seagrass bed, where it maintains the seagrass bed. Okay, and there is one specialty of this turtle. This turtle, in its younger stage, probably in the younger one, it is an omnivore. It will eat everything. But when it becomes an adult, it strictly becomes herbivore. Okay, when it becomes adult, it strictly becomes herbivore. So today it's also threatened. So today it is in the status of endangered because of loss of nesting sites and everything. So the reason is egg poaching, hunting, okay, getting caught in the net. So whatever I told, these are the reasons for decline of this green turtle. Okay. See, why it is green means probably it is not that. See, they used to say that it is eating a lot of seagrass. That's the reason it is green, but it's not like that. It's mostly pigment. Okay. The next is loggerhead turtle. Loggerhead. Okay, why it is called loggerhead is if you see the head, it is long head. The head is very long. Of course, it is also large. It will have a large head, and also it has a powerful jaws comparing with other turtle. So since it's a long head, it is a loggerhead turtle. Now this turtle, you can find it from tropical to temperate. Yes, from tropical to temperate, you can find. And most of the time, this turtle, you can find it in the continental shelf, in the corals and the seagrass bed. In the corals and the seagrass bed. Actually, it helps to maintain corals and seagrass bed. And comparing with other turtle, actually, its its flesh is a little bit very hard, so it is very less hunted for meat. It is not much hunted for meat. It is less hunted for meat. Okay, threat wise the same, nesting beach and all the other loss of nesting sites and all. The next turtle, which everyone knows, olive ridley turtle. Because its shell is olive green color. So that's the reason it is called olive ridley turtle. So most of the time we would have heard about this turtle, but probably the other four turtles, we would have not heard at all. Okay, why there is a lot of news about this turtle? Because the uniqueness of this turtle is this turtle survives only in the tropical water. Okay, it survives only in the tropical water. Actually, it will move only in the tropical water of all the three oceans, like Pacific, Indian, and Atlantic. All the three oceans, it will move. Even though it moves through all the three ocean, it covers many country. But if you take its nesting site is very, very less. It has only few nesting place. Out of that, India, 50% of the nesting happens in India. So that is the reason we talk about this turtle much. In India, the most of the nesting happens where? I told you, Gahirmatha Beach. I told you in wetlands. Gahirmatha Beach of Bitarkanika. There you have a nesting site, Odisha, and also, Chennai. Besanagar is also another one. So it has a very few Gahirmatha Beach. Gahirmatha Beach of Odisha. It is near the Bitarkanika mangroves wetland. That is a major nesting. And apart from that, even in the Chennai, Besanagar, Elliott's Beach is also a major one. Okay, maximum nesting happens. Okay, so that is the reason we talk more about olive ridley in India, because major nesting is India. Okay, the next is hawksbill turtle. Hawksbill turtle. You can find, see, it's a black and yellow color, which is unique color. And also if you see the mouth, it is a pointed mouth, pointed beak. It is a narrow pointed beak. It's a narrow pointed beak. This is also found in the tropical waters, mostly. Across all the tropical waters, it is found. And actually, its major food is jellyfish. Jellyfish is its major food. And this is a one turtle which is in the highest risk because this turtle population has come to 5,000 numbers. Today, this is the only turtle in the critically endangered. Okay, why? The reason is because this turtle is being extensively hunted for meat, especially in America. In America, they used to sell this as a tortoise shell. So this meat has a high demand, especially in America. That is the reason it is highly exploited. And today, this is the only turtle which is in the critically endangered. And WWF, the World Wide Fund for Nature, have taken a conservation program to revive this turtle. This is the only turtle in the critically endangered. The last turtle is leatherback turtle. So why it is called leatherback? You see the back? You see, it's like a leather. That is the reason it's called leatherback turtle. And actually, this turtle, really, it is one of the heaviest turtle. It's one of the heaviest turtle because its total weight, it will come approximately 1 ton. Just imagine, 970 or 980 kg. It will come approximately 1 ton. Okay, so the length also will be more than 1 meters. So even though it is one of the heaviest turtle, 1 ton, okay, it can swim. It is an excellent swimmer. So probably, for a day, it will cross more than 70 to 80 kilometers. So it's an excellent swimmer. And this turtle, since one of the heaviest turtle, it is found in all the water, tropical to subtropical, till even Arctic also you can find. Till the line of Arctic, this turtle is found. Okay, these are the 5 turtle. So in this 5 turtle, this is the only turtle in the hawksbill turtle, is the only turtle in the critically endangered. Okay, our olive ridley turtle, it is in vulnerable. So rest of the turtle, please try to see the status. Okay, that is about the turtles, marine turtle. Now we will see the river turtle. So river turtle is also called as river terrapin. If it is small size, we call it as terrapin. Suppose sometimes they used to call it as tortoise. Tortoise means if it is mostly in our land, it is called tortoise. So turtle, when they use the word turtle, most of the time it is ocean. So in the river, freshwater and all, they can use the word turtle or terrapin. Mostly they use terrapin. It is a very small size. If it is mostly in the land, it is called tortoise. When come to the terrapin, so we have many terrapins, but out of the 2 terrapins are very important. The one terrapin is called Northern River terrapin. Okay, there is a doubt. Let me clarify it. Okay, does only the olive ridley turtle have the nesting site in India? See, when come to nesting site, green turtle, hawksbill turtle, leatherback, olive ridley, all the 4 has nesting site in India. Okay, but it seems that loggerhead does not do nesting in India. It does in some other country. Okay, but it is off the Gulf of Mannar. Loggerhead is doing. Actually, loggerhead of place, it's in Sri Lanka, some part of Sri Lanka, and also in some part of off the Gulf of Mannar, you can find the nesting of loggerhead. But in India, it does not seem to be. So it does not seem that any nesting site in India. But all the other rest of 4 nesting site is in India. But why we are talking about olive ridley always is, if you take leatherback turtle, hawksbill turtle and all, it will nest in more than 40 to 50 countries. But olive ridley turtle only nest in some few countries. Out of that, India is one. That's the reason olive ridley is specialty. But whereas leatherback, green, hawksbill and all, so it will nest more than 40 to 50 countries. Okay, that is one. Conservation status, you have to see the conservation status. So I will not going to tell the conservation status. So you have to cross check. Okay. Now come to the terrapins. We are going to talk about the river freshwater terrapins. So in that, the first one is green turtle is found in tropical and subtropical waters. The first turtle terrapin is northern river terrapin. Northern river terrapin. See, its name is called Badakur Baska. So keep that name in mind. Badakur Baska. Badakur Baska. So it is found in all the northern rivers. The entire northern river, once upon a time, the population was enormous. This northern river terrapin, Badakur Baska, but today it has come to the critically endangered. The reason is main is poaching and hunting, of course, egg poaching and getting caught in the fishing net, some river encroachment, especially the river bank encroachment, and at the same time, construction of dams, embankments, and all, getting caught in fish nets. And most of the time, hunting is a major reason for this decline because they hunt for meat and also for medicinal purpose. Okay, that is the reason this particular population has declined drastically. Okay, that is in the critically endangered. The next is Bengal roof turtle. Bengal roof turtle. It is called as Badakur Kachuga. Badakur Kachuga. It is mostly found in the Ganges River. It was in the Ganges River. Today, it is also has come to critically endangered. It has come to the critically endangered. Found in Ganges River, Ganga River. Once upon a time, today its population has almost has declined. It was found in the entire stretch of Ganga River. Okay. Okay, that is about the terrapins. So we have done the mammal reptiles. Okay, the major mammal and reptile. So now we have to see about the birds. Yes, river pollution is also one of the reasons. Multiple reasons. Terrapin, most of the time, terrapin is a small size, mostly hunted for meat and medicinal property. Okay, mostly hunted for meat and medicinal property. See, please understand, animal under which status cannot be hunted. See, there is a two status you need to understand. Now I'm talking about IUCN status. IUCN, what they give is a conservation status. They will tell whether the population is in, it's in rapid decline, whether the population has come, very close to the extinction, right, endangered, critically endangered, like that. But under the Wildlife Protection Act, we have scheduled species, Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4. Actually, all the Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4, all the population cannot be hunted. All the species cannot be hunted. Actually, if we take the turtle and all, everything comes under the Schedule 1 only. It's a high protection. Okay, so don't confuse with this status and this status. If you take an IUCN status of, of a olive ridley turtle, IUCN status of a olive ridley turtle may be vulnerable, but it is a Schedule 1 species under our Wildlife Protection Act. Okay. And within that schedule, probably which can be traded, which cannot be traded, we have a distinction. At that level, you don't want to, get into it. Okay, now we need to see about birds. Now, next is we need to see about a bird. So before we get into birds, let's see some one or two organization related to bird. The first organization is an international organization called BirdLife International. Okay, BirdLife International. You know, the subject of study of bird is called ornithology. So this BirdLife International, this is an international NGO. It is the oldest international NGO, which was formed in 1922 by some two American ornithologists. They only created it. The main objective of this BirdLife International is on to the conservation of, birds' habitat, bird life and bird habitat. Now, this BirdLife International, they are the one who designates a status, what is called IBA. So IBA, it is called important, sometimes it's called important bird area or important bird and biodiversity area. Important bird and biodiversity area. It is an international NGO. It's not a government organization. It is an international NGO. Always you try to see what type of organization. 1922, it was formed by two American ornithologists. So now they are the one who give the status IBA, International Bird and Biodiversity Area. So normally they give the status and they do a lot of research activity related to bird conservation, and also they will take a lot of conservation program, including this local livelihood program. So if any local people is there, livelihood program also they take it. So they do a very important activity. Okay, now when come to the status of IBA, so they have some criteria. If this criteria are fulfilled, they will give a status IBA, important bird area. It is an internationally recognized bird site. So totally they have identified more than 7,500 IBAs across the world. So in that 465 IBAs, it is in India. So they have identified 465 IBAs in India, important bird area in India. And this organization is also very important because if you take a IUCN red list, that IUCN red list itself is only given by for the IUCN itself, it is only the IBA gives the data. The BirdLife International gives the data for the IUCN. So they closely work with IUCN for, creating this red list of or birds red list. Okay. So the official listing is only done by the, for the IUCN official listing, it's only the BirdLife International is giving the input. So it's a very important organization. And the bird is also an indicator species. Okay. Then we have another organization which is called BNHS, Bombay Natural History Society. Bombay Natural History Society. Bombay Natural History Society. This is one of the very oldest NGO. It is the largest NGO in India. This NGO was created in 1883. Just imagine, it's a very old organization. It's not a government organization. It is a NGO. It is an NGO. So what they do is they do a lot of conservation and biodiversity research. Bombay Natural History. Natural history means what? Biodiversity. All right. So they do a lot of biodiversity research, and also they take a lot of conservation activity. And also they do many research and biodiversity, many research and conservation related to bird life. And if you see some of the important, ornithologists, Salim Ali, probably you would have heard about. So Salim Ali and all was only associated with this BNHS. And this BNHS, they are the partner to BirdLife International. BNHS, on behalf of India, it is only the BNHS is a partner to BirdLife International. So our government of India has designated this BNHS as a partner to the BirdLife International on behalf of India. And also this BNHS, since it's a very oldest research organization, the government of India also has designated this as a scientific and industrial organization. Very old organization, 1883, but it's an NGO. It is not a government organization. Okay, it is called Bombay Natural History Society. Okay, so both BNHS and BirdLife International, okay, join together, take a lot of conservation program and give IBA status to India. So it is related to bird. Okay, apart from this, there is one more organization. You have to see it. I'm not going to explain. SACON. SACON stands for Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History. Salim Ali Center for Ornithology and Natural History. So in order to honor Salim Ali, so they have created this organization. They created this organization. It was created by the government of India along with BNHS. Basically, it is coming under the government of India, but it is an autonomous organization. So try to see what they do. Okay, so that is about the organization. Now we are going to see certain list of birds, some important birds in India. Okay, some around 10 birds, some 8 to 10 birds, we will see it. So I will show the picture and I will give the information about the bird, and also I will tell what is the threat associated with that particular bird. Okay. Any doubts? I will clarify it. Okay, the first bird, this bird is called Jordan Cursor. Jordan Cursor. Jerdon, Jordan Cursor. See, this is an endemic bird to Andhra Pradesh, normally found in the open forest. Normally found in the open forest. Okay. It is an endemic bird. Okay, Jordan Cursor. And also it is a nocturnal bird. Nocturnal means, I told you, nighttime active bird. It's a nocturnal bird. So it is found in the, normally it is found in the open forest. Okay, and also it's an endemic bird to Andhra Pradesh. Okay, now this bird has come to the critically endangered because of forest degradation. This bird has come to critically endangered purely because of forest degradation. Okay. The next bird you can see here, this is called forest owlet. Forest owlet. Actually, this bird wasn't critically endangered, but now the status has been changed into endangered. Normally, this bird is found in the deciduous forest of Madhya Pradesh. Normally, the dry deciduous forest of Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. Dry deciduous forest of Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. Actually, this bird has one interesting history. Actually, Salim Ali, you know, the ornithologist, a famous ornithologist in India. So actually, he took a picture of this bird and he has given to he has issued that picture to all the local people. near and by to ask them whether anyone has sighted this particular bird. So because Salim Ali, is a very dedicated ornithologist. So he was much more concerned about this bird. So that is what he took a picture of this bird and he gave to all the local village people to ask them whether anyone has sighted this bird. Okay, actually that is what it's inspired in the movie 2.0. In the Indian 2.0 movie, so you can see that Akshay Kumar will be issuing the pamphlet. So that is something inspired from this Salim Ali. He did it actually. So that's how this has a very interesting story. So this bird, for a long time, it was not seen, but recently it again came back. So approximately they said that more than 100 years it was not seen, but recently it came back. The forest alerts are revived, and now the status, earlier it was in the critically endangered, right now it is in the critically endangered, in the endangered. So normally it is found in the dry deciduous forest of Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. That is the central Indian forest. The next is, you can see a wetland species, white-bellied heron. It's called white-bellied heron. Okay, this is one of a very rare bird. So it's found in the Northeast India. So apart from Bhutan and Myanmar, white-bellied heron, normally found in the water bodies, freshwater bodies, river bodies and all. So today, this bird also has come to critically endangered purely because of wetland degradation. Purely because of wetland degradation. Right now, it is found in some parts of, I think Assam and, it's in Assam and Arunachal Pradesh. White-bellied heron. Okay. The next is, vultures. So you can see different types of vulture. So you don't want to know all the names and all. You can call it as Indian gyps vulture. Indian gyps vulture. So within this, we have multiple type like red-headed, slender-billed, white-backed. So different names we have. Okay. Now, that vulture is a scavenger. So normally vulture is found in all the, rural side. All right. Every place you can find vulture. It does scavenging function, but vulture population has declined to critically endangered. Okay, what is the main reason is it is because of use of diclofenac. That is, the veterinary doctors, they use this painkiller, diclofenac. Am I right? It's a non-steroid anti-inflammatory drug. So it's nothing but it's a painkiller. So the veterinary doctors, for treating the cattle, they are using this diclofenac. Now this diclofenac, what happens, you see, it is getting accumulated in the carcasses of the, cattle. And when the cattle die, if that carcasses is consumed by the vulture, this diclofenac is a direct poison for the vulture. It kills the vulture. It will cause a, neck drooping problem. It will cause a kidney issue. And again, the vulture dies. So today, most of the population has declined because of the diclofenac. So that is the reason the Ministry of Health has issued a notification that to all the veterinary doctors, diclofenac should not be used. Okay, painkiller is a main problem for this decline of vulture. Okay, the next is, you can see a grassland species, Bengal floricon. Bengal floricon. This is one of a very rare bustard species. It is known for its mating dance. It's a rare bustard species. Probably its population is also very rare. Now, this species in India, it is found in Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh. Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and Uttar Pradesh. Normally found in the grasslands. Now this population has also come to critically endangered. The reason is grassland degradation. The reason is grassland degradation. The next is, it's a quail, right? Himalayan quail. You can see this Himalayan quail. So normally it is found, even you see the picture, it is a painted picture. It is not a photograph also. You can see this. It's a painted picture. So it is found in the, grasslands of Himalayas. Normally in the foothills and all, foothills, and even in the upper level also you can find. In the upper terrain also you can find this Himalayan quail. Normally in the Western Himalayas it is found. Why this population has declined? What is the reason? Taste is the reason. That is, it has been hunted indiscriminately. Hunting, especially during the colonial period. Hunting is a major reason. So indiscriminate hunting during the colonial period, this population has come to critically endangered. So recently they said that it got cited in Nainital, Uttarakhand. But anyway, this population right now it's in the critically endangered. Okay. The next is, this is called pink-headed duck. This is a wetland mostly found in the fresh waters. Actually, it is found in the northeast. It is also found in the northeast. You can see here in the northeast, it is recorded in maximum, it is in the northeast. In all the still waters, it is found. Actually, you can see the dark pink, it is male. Light pink, it is female. The beautiful dark pink is male. Okay, its population decline purely because of wetland degradation and also, hunting. IUCN status is critically endangered. Okay, then comes the social lapwing, sociable lapwing. So this is a winter migrant. So its distribution is very large. That is, it can be from the Central Asia to Middle East to India. So Kyrgyzstan, so Central Asia and the Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. So that particular belt will be there. Even you can find the Egypt and in the portion of Iran, Iraq. So it is found. So it's a winter migrant. During the winter time, it will come to India, especially to the Western India, the northern Western India, Punjab and all. It will come and it will stay there. So it will always come in the fallow field, open field, fallow field where the cultivation is not happening. Okay, but right now, again, it is in the status of critically endangered because of land degradation, habitat loss. It is most of the time, it restricts us to the north and northwest India. Okay. The next is spoon-billed habitat loss. Reason for critically endangered is habitat loss. You can see the next one. It is called spoon-billed sandpiper. Yeah, spoon-billed sandpiper because the mouth is like a spoon. Okay, this is a very rare species which is found in the coastal ecosystem. Normally, the coast of the, especially in the eastern coast. So start from West Bengal to Odisha to Tamil Nadu, till Kerala, you can find the species. Of course, up to till species in the coastal region it is found. This is a very rare species. Of course, its breeding is very less. So if you take the total breeding, totally it will be around 300, 200 to 250 to 300 pairs only. So that is what it will be. So now, because of the coastal degradation, it also has come to critically endangered. It has come to critically endangered. Spoon-billed sandpiper. Okay. So the next one is our majestic Siberian crane. Siberian crane. The majestic Siberian crane. So you know that it is Siberia. It comes from Siberia. In India, it comes to Kalidio National Park, Rajasthan. So I don't know, it's a wetland. Today it is in the Montreux record. So now it does not turn back, it does not turn up to India. The reason is purely because of wetland degradation, because that wetland is completely polluted with pesticides. And also hunting is another reason. Okay, because of that, it does not turn back. It is also in the critically endangered. Okay, apart from this, we have one more, Kalidio National Park, Amur falcon. It's another bird. It's a falcon bird. This Amur falcon, basically it is a migrant species. Normally, we always, when it crosses through, see from Siberia, when it crosses through Tajikistan, India and all, actually that route is called flyway. So normally the flyway is nothing but a migratory route. Probably it will cross some 8 to 10 countries or even 15 or 20 countries also it will cross. That migrating route, that flyway, that fly region is called flyway. Okay, normally it comes from the Siberia. So Siberia, it will come to, actually for the first time, we have tracked the complete route, this particular Amur falcon, because we have come to know that for a year, it travels approximately 24,000 kilometers. They tied a chip in the leg. In that, they come to know that they have come to know this particular species travels, because from Siberia, it comes to Nagaland. From Nagaland, it comes to South Africa. It goes to South Africa and then again goes to Mongolia. Okay, and then goes to Siberia. So it travels for 24,000 kilometers. Okay, and of course, when it enters Nagaland, probably you can see it will enter like a mass, like 20,000 or 30,000 it will enter. So there is also a festival associated with this entry, and people celebrate this whenever it enters, because like like a mass it will come, like 20,000 or 30,000 it enters. So that's what it's one of the longest migratory species crosses through India. Sometime our Nagaland is also called as Falcon capital of the world. Falcon capital of the world. Falcon is a type of a bird. It's called Falcon capital of the world. Okay, but its status is only least concern. Okay, it is not a threat status. Okay, so that is about the birds. Now hereafter, we are going to see the major species in India. So we will take a break. Okay, so now the time is 4:35. So exactly by 5:55 we will start. So we'll see the other species. Clear? That national park is called Kalidio National Park. Keoladeo, Kalidio National Park. Okay, we'll see by approximately 5 o'clock. Okay, please check for the audio and video. So whether audio and video is clear? Yes, okay. So now we will get into the species. So here, what we'll do is, we can divide our India into 10 biogeographic zones. This is how the India is divided. You can see here. We have divided our India into 10 biogeographic zones. So the first zone is called the Trans-Himalayas. So you can hear this part is the Trans-Himalaya. The second is the Himalayas. The third is desert. Probably the fourth is semi-arid. The fifth is Western Ghats. The sixth is Deccan Plateau. The seventh is Gangetic Plains. Okay, the eighth is coastal. Ninth is islands. Sorry, ninth is northeast, and then islands. Okay, so this is how we have divided into 10 biogeographic zones. So what we will do is, for every, actually this 10 biogeographic zone is further divided into 25 biogeographic province. This 10 biogeographic zone is further divided into 25 biogeographic province. So actually our idea is, for every province, there should be one biosphere reserve. That is our ultimate target. That is minimum 25 biosphere reserve we need to have. So considering each and every province, considering one reserve in one province. Okay, now coming to our species, what we'll do is, we will try to see some of the top species in every biogeographic zone. Okay, but keep in mind, suppose desert. The third zone is desert. So desert is part of Rajasthan, part of Gujarat. Okay, sometimes it touches near Haryana also. So now, if we discuss a species on desert, probably that species you may also find it in the semi-arid, because it's a transition zone. I'm right. So tentatively, we will try to see what are all the various species in various zones. Some important top species we will see. So in this, we will try to take some 8 biogeographic zone. So in every zone, we will try to see the major species. Shall we start? Okay, first let us take Trans-Himalayas. Let us take Trans-Himalayas. So Trans-Himalayas is famous for what? So here I will show the picture. You can see here, Trans-Himalayas is famous for wild sheep and goats. So put a heads up heading. So status, you have to see the status. I'm not going to discuss the status. I'm going to only show the pictures of various species in various zones. So at least these species you need to keep in mind. So first is Trans-Himalayas. Trans-Himalayas is very famous for wild sheep and goat. So the various names of wild sheep and goats: ibex, macor. These are the various names. Okay, wild sheep and goats. Number 2 is, the very famous species in Trans-Himalayas is snow leopard. Snow leopard, probably would have heard about. So it is in the Trans-Himalayas and also in the top of the Himalayas. Okay, and then the third one is the major bird, which is migratory black-necked crane. This major bird, migratory black-necked crane. Actually, this bird, some important features of this bird is, actually this bird is being considered as sacred. It has been considered as a sacred bird in Tibetan culture, in Buddhist culture. In Buddhist culture, so the neck is black color. So that's the reason it is called black-necked crane. So it is considered as a sacred bird in the Buddhist culture. And this bird, of course, there is also a festival associated with this bird in Bhutan. So in the entire stretch of Himalayas, you can find, especially in the Trans Himalayas, you can find. It's a migratory bird. So in Bhutan, there is a festival related to this bird. And in India, this bird is a state bird of Jammu and Kashmir. When Jammu and Kashmir was a state, of course, still is a state bird of Jammu and Kashmir. Migratory black-necked crane. Okay. Apart from this, Himalayas and Trans Himalayas is also famous for musk deer. Musk deer. Okay, so that is about the Trans Himalayas. Now come to the Himalayas. Of course, Himalayas is also famous for some wild sheep and goats, goral, baral, goral, baral, BHARAL, all are wild sheep and goats. You can see here baral and Himalayan tar, Himalayan tar. Okay, and this is one of an important deer which is called Hangal. It is also called as Kashmir stag. Hangal, it is also called Kashmir stag. It's a state animal of Jammu and Kashmir. It's a state animal of Jammu and Kashmir. It's called Kashmir stag. It's Hangal. So today it has come to critically endangered. The species alone has come to critically endangered. Okay. And apart from this, when you come to the entire stretch of Himalaya till the northeast, so if you have a mountain, normally Himalayas is a mountain. So at the lower level of mountain, you will find black bear. You'll find black bear. When you come to the upper altitude, higher altitude, this black bear will get converted into brown bear. This black bear will get converted into brown bear. This black bear will get converted into brown bear. Okay. So, and sambar deer is also very famous there. Sambar deer and musk deer. Of course, you can see here. Sambar deer you can find across India. And musk deer is also very famous. The Himalayan belt. Okay. These are the major species. Now, next is move further Northeast Himalayas. So here we, as I already told you, we have a lot of endemic species. So pygmy hog, which is a critically endangered species. This is the world's smallest wild pig. It's a small Wallace wild pig. You can find here a squirrel, which is also endemic. Namdapha flying squirrel. It is in the Namdapha Tiger Reserve, Arunachal Pradesh. Namdapha flying squirrel. Okay. That's 2. And then you can see a bovine Mishmi Takin. Mishmi Takin. Then you can see this. It's found in Assam. Golden Langur. Golden Langur. You can find the very famous cat species, Red Panda. Red Panda. Then, as I already told you, Bintu, brown bear, of course, brown bear is there. Binturong. Binturong. And apart from this, Shanghai deer, which is a state animal of Manipur. It is also called as Bro Antillean deer. Shanghai deer or Bro Antillean deer, state animal of Manipur. Okay, and then the another species, hispid hare. Hispid hare. So it is also found in, Gangetic plains also. Moyal, hispid hare. Okay. These are the major species we have in the Northeast. Come to the Deccan Plateau. When you come to Deccan Plateau, so Deccan Plateau is famous for many deer. So in this cheetal, this is what cheetal, not endemic and all are not endemic. See, that is the reason zone wise I'm giving a species so that you can remember, do multiple revision. Definitely you can remember. So Deccan Plateau is famous for many deer. The one is cheetal, of course, sambar. Okay, and then swamp deer. It is called as Barasinga. Okay, so these are all very famous for these. Many type of deer you can find. Some of the major deer, this is what. But cheetal and all you can find across India. Okay, and then a mammal, Nilgai. It is also called blue bull. Blue bull. And then our Indian bison, gar. Indian bison, gar. Okay, and apart from that, elephant, tigers and all is normal, which I'm not taking into account. Okay. The next is desert zone. Okay, so basically desert is very famous for desert fox. Desert fox. And then desert cat. This is a very famous species, caracal. Caracal, which is nothing but a desert cats. Desert cats. And also there is a deer black buck. Deer black bucks we have. And when you come to the bird, two birds are very famous. Great Indian bustard. Great Indian bustard. and then Habura bustard, Great Indian bustard, Habura bustard. Okay, and if you have a water body, it is also famous for flamingos. See, normally these species, Great Indian bustard, Habura bustard, and all, you will also find in the semi-arid. Nearby zone. Okay. Okay. The next is semi-arid. So part of Gujarat, some part of Rajasthan and all. Even it covers some part of Madhya Pradesh, semi-arid zone. So semi-arid, basically it is very famous for different types of deer. So again, black buck, it will be black and white color. So Barasinga, it is nothing but swamp deer. You have this four-horned deer, which is called Kaushinga. Four-horned deer, Kaushinga is very famous. Cheetal is very famous. Cheetal deer. And apart from that, when you come to the bear, sloth bear is very famous. Sloth bear. So it is very famous in the semi-arid and even in the Western Ghats. Okay. And of course, semi-arid is very famous for Asiatic lion, which I already discussed. And then this is a very famous species, Asiatic wild ass. Asiatic wild ass. And then semi-arid is also famous for Great Indian bustard and flamingos. Okay. These are some of the major species of semi-arid. Then comes to our Western Ghats. So Western Ghats, again, here we can find. So yes, see, semi-arid zone, desert zone is famous for camel. So there's no doubt at all. So coming to the Western Ghats, we have many endemic species. So normally when it comes by Nilgiri, Malabar and all, mostly it's endemic. So we have Nilgiri langur. Nilgiri langur. Then line-tailed macaque. Line-tailed macaque. Then Malabar grey hornbill, which is endemic. Malabar grey hornbill. Then the squirrel, giant grizzled squirrel. Grizzled giant squirrel. Grizzled giant squirrel. And then tar, Nilgiri tar. Malabar civet. which is one of a rare carnivore. So today it has come to the critically endangered actually. Rare carnivore, Malabar civet. Okay, those are the major species. Okay, apart from elephants are famous elephants and tigers and all. Then next comes our Gangetic Plains. So this is what called hispid hare. Hispid hare, which is also famous in Northeast. And Gangetic Plain is very famous for wild buffaloes. Wild buffaloes, of course, rhinoceros, elephants and all, tigers and all is there. And then you can see a deer, which is hog deer. We have a barking deer. Hog deer, barking deer. Okay, even swamp deer also is there. Barasinga will also be there, because those distribution and all, sambar deer, swamp deer distribution and all is very large. Okay, apart from elephant, tigers, and the other rhinoceros. Okay, that is what Gangetic Plains. Then comes our Andaman Nicobar Island. So it's very famous for certain birds. So this is called Nicobar Megaport. Nicobar Megaport. This is Nicobar Hornbill. Nicobar Hornbill. Nicobar Hornbill. This is the only primate which is found crab eating macaque. Crab eating macaque. Crab eating macaque. So apart from that, Nicobar is also famous for reptiles and all. Okay, so that is about the Nicobar Islands. And Nicobar pigeon is also there. So there are many species we have actually. So we have to see only some few top species. So this itself, it covers more than 50 species it will have come by this time. All right, at least this species definitely you need to keep in mind. So you have to see the status. So read multiple, see it multiple times. Definitely you can remember it. Okay. Now, so in order to conserve all the species, okay, Gangetic Plains, as I already told you, in order to conserve all the species, so we have a program which is called Integrated Development of Wildlife Habitat. This is a program which was created in the 11th plan to conserve wildlife. This program is a one which supports all the protected areas They also support the protection of wildlife outside the protected area. And if you take Project Tiger, Project Elephant, all the development of wildlife habitats and all come under this only program. This is our master program for the wildlife conservation, wildlife habitat. See, under this program, so there is a recovery program called Recovery Programmed for Critically Endangered Species and its Habitat. This is a very important program. So we have a recovery program for critically endangered species and habitat. Okay, so in this they have highlighted some set of species which are very important species. Now initially it was 17 species. Last year they added 4 more species, and last year, that is this year, we added 1 more species. So totally right now 22 species we have under this recovery program. Okay, definitely this 22 species you need to keep in mind. Already we have discussed all the species. Probably 1 or 2 species we would have not discussed. We will see that. What is the 22 species? Okay, let's see all the 22 species. Now, if you ask me whether this 22 species are critically endangered, not so. So in that, even some species can be least concern also, but does not matter. So these are the very important species. Normally we have it for the conservation. Now we'll see what are the 22 species. Species number 1. So I will just dictate, you can write it. Number 1, Asian wild buffalo. Asian wild buffalo. So normally it is found in the Gangetic Plains and Deccan Plateau and all. Number 2, Asiatic lion. IUCN status, you have to see it. You have to check the IUCN status before your exam, latest one. Because IUCN status will change. If I give IUCN status, probably it may change in the next month. So before your exam, it will become very difficult for you. Okay, the third is Bro antlead deer. Bro antlead deer, that is but a Shanghai deer. The first is Asian wild buffalo. The second is Asiatic lion. The third is Bro antlead deer, Shanghai deer. Fourth is Shanghai deer, also called as Bro antlead deer. Bro antlead deer. Okay, the next is Dugong. Fourth one is Dugong. Fourth one is Dugong. Then the fifth one is edible nest shiftlet. Actually, it is a bird in Andaman Nicobar. Edible nest shiftlet. Edible nest shiftlet, it's a bird in Andaman Nicobar. Okay, the sixth is our Gangetic river dolphin. Gangetic river dolphin. The seventh is Great Indian bustard. Great Indian bustard. Okay. The next is Hangal, that is Kashmir stag, Kashmir state animal. Hangal. The next is rhinos, our Indian rhino, one-horn rhino. Okay. Then the 10th is Jordan cursor, which I told you it is a bird. It's a very small bird endemic to Andhra Pradesh. Jordan cursor. The 11th is Malabar civet, which is a rare carnivore. Malabar civet. The next is marine turtles. Yes, it includes all the turtle. But more focus will be on olive ridley turtle. Okay, the next is Nicobar megaport, which is a bird which we discussed. Nicobar megaport. The next is snow leopard. Snow leopard. Then the 15th is swamp deer. Barasinga. Barasinga. Okay, then the 16th is vultures. The 16th is vultures. Then the 17th is, yes, all the gyps vulture, Indian vultures. Then the 17th is Nilgiri tar. Nilgiri tar. Okay, so these are the major species, 17 species. After that, the 4 more, what was included is northern 18S, northern river terrapin, which is the Batakur baska. So actually it is a fresh water, and also it can survive in the brackish water. It is a critically endangered. Then comes clouded leopard. It is in Meghalaya. It is also a state animal of Meghalaya. Clouded leopard. Then comes the Arabian Sea humpback whale. Arabian Sea humpback whale. It is also included in the recovery program. And the 21st is Red Panda. Is Red Panda. And then recently, 2 months back, what was added is the Carousel. This is no desert cat. Okay, Carousel desert cat. Okay, so these are some of the major species. We have in India. Okay. So that is about the species list. At least these species, please try to keep in mind. Okay, now, so we have seen the major conservation and the major species list. So we have to see some of the national and see endemic. Actually, you have to find out some are endemic like Jordan cursor and all. But many you cannot say only endemic to India, but many are endemic to Indian subcontinent. Many are endemic to Indian subcontinent. Many are migratory birds. So it's very difficult to say which is endemic and all. Okay. Now coming to the next part of biodiversity, the last part of biodiversity conservation. So we have to see the international and national. So when you come to international, we have some conventions and certain protocols we have. So, and apart from that, when you come to the national aspect, we need to see some laws related to biodiversity, especially the forest laws and all. Okay, so now let's first take the international and then we can get into national. When you come to the biodiversity, especially when you talk the international, so there are many conventions related to biodiversity. So in that, we are going to see some few conventions. The first and foremost convention is Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD. Convention on Biological Diversity. Convention on Biological Diversity. CBD. So we need to know about this convention. See, this convention CBD, basically it's a legal binding convention. This convention was created in 1992 Earth Summit. I hope that you would have seen this. What is the Earth Summit? Chandru sir would have told you, but anyway, so in the UNFCCC Conference of Party, of course, in the UNEP, in the last climate change, we will discuss about this convention, Convention on Biological Diversity. So this convention was created in 1992. Okay, and 1993 it came into operation. So it operates under the United Nations Environment Program, and its secretariat is Montreal, of course, Canada. So this convention has a conference of party. You know, the country head will come and join together, and they will have a meeting. So this conference of party is for every 2 years once. Every 2 years once, the conference of party will happen. Okay. Now, so what is the purpose of this convention? So already I told you, if you take a biodiversity, as I already told you, so most of the rich diversity is only the tropical belt. Okay, but the diversity wise, it is more rich here, the tropical belt. But actually, this is a belt, a temperate belt where all the rich countries are there, where they have finance and technology. So now we want a win-win situation. That is, we can share our resources to them. In turn, they can provide us the technical support, technological support, scientific support, and financial support, so that the resources can be shared. So even though this is a region where we have the huge resources, even though we are the owner for the resources, we should also share with them. We cannot say that the resources we cannot share. Yes, everyone has to share, everyone has to benefit of the resources. So that's how this convention tries to do. So if you take this convention has three main goals. The first is conservation of biodiversity. It is nothing but we need to conserve this biodiversity, conserve this rich flora and fauna. And the second is we have to sustainably use of this component. It is nothing but sustainable use of this component. Sustainably, we need to exploit this, resources and get benefited of it, the resources. The third is very important: fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from genetic resources. That is, whatever the resources we have, we need to share. So when I say share of benefit, it is within the country as well as, sorry, it is within the country, even in the international. So for example, if any private man, any researcher or an institute or any organization, if they feel that they want to exploit the resources, yes, they can exploit the resources by getting a permission from the government. Even in any international organization or international government or any company, if they want to exploit resources in India, okay, do a research, yes, they can come to India, they can apply, they can do it. So here, the India must give access to everyone for the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits. That's an idea. So they say that the convention acknowledges that if you do investment in biodiversity, it is worth for significant return. It is a worth significant returns. That is what. So what has happened? You see, the convention started. So every 2 years once, the conference of parties started. So 94, 96, 98, like that. But what has happened? You see, in this convention, the convention has seen that many countries have not fulfilled the obligation of CBD. So whatever CBD says, many countries have signed and ratified it, but they have not fulfilled the obligation, especially in terms of fair and equitable sharing, okay, in terms of conservation and all. So that is what in the Conference of Party 10, in the Conference of Party 10, which was happened in 2010, it happened in the place called Japan, a place called Nagao. Nagao, of course, it is a Aichi. It's a place called Nagao Aichi. Nagao, it's like a district called Aichi, I think so. So it is in Japan. The Conference of Party took. So in that Conference of Party, all the countries decided that, okay, we need to take a strong framework for conservation of this biodiversity. So for that, they decided to create 20 targets, 20 point. So this 20 target is nothing but Aichi 20 target, because it took place in the entire Conference of Party took place in a region called Aichi. So that's the reason they called it as Aichi 20 target. So now this Aichi 20 target, 20 points, there'll be 20 points. This 20 points has to be fulfilled by all the country by 2020. It's a 10 years target. So it was said that by 2020, when you reach, every country should have fulfilled all the 20 targets. So what are the 20 target? If you go and see essay book, you will see that. So there will be one target related to control of endemic conservation of endemic species. One target will be related to control of invasive species. One target will be related to control of forest fire. So like that, there will be 20 point. Now the 20 point has to be fulfilled by everyone everyone across the world. Every government has to do it. So they requested all the country to sign this Aichi 20 target. So now everyone has signed the Aichi 20 target. India also signed this Aichi 20 target. Now, what India has done is, we said that this Aichi 20 target, we are not going to, directly take this Aichi 20 target. We are not going to achieve all the Aichi 20 target. We are going to convert this 20 target into 12 national biodiversity target. We said that this 20 target, we are going to convert India. So for our convenience, we said we are going to convert this 20 target into 12 national biodiversity target. Okay, and also said that if you reach this 12 national biodiversity target, it will achieve this Aichi 20 target as per the international obligation. And at the same time, it will also help us to reach our sustainable development goal. Am I right? So we all signed sustainable development goal. So totally there are 17 goals. Am I right? So by reaching this 12 target of national biodiversity target, the 20 Aichi target is also going to get fulfilled. At the same time, 17 sustainable development goals is going to get fulfilled. So that is what we have told. So you can see here, it's very important. You see, linkages of India's 12 national biodiversity target with 20 Aichi biodiversity target and 17 sustainable development goal. See here, this is our 12 target, India's NBT. Suppose if you fulfill the target number 1, 2, and 10, the Aichi target 1, 2, 3, 4 will be fulfilled. And in sustainable development goal, some 7 to 8 targets will get fulfilled. Like that, fulfill this 12 target. Okay, by that way, the 20 Aichi target is also fulfilled. It also supports the 17 sustainable development goal. So that is what. And also it is told, just a minute. And also it was told that every country has to create a national biodiversity action plan. They said that every country has to create a national biodiversity action plan. So in line with it, what India has done is, so we have adopted our 12 Aichi target, that is 12 national biodiversity target, and we created our own 11-point national biodiversity action plan. So 11-point national biodiversity action plan, and we try to fulfill. So now 2020, it's an end date. Okay, it is over. Almost last year itself, it's over. Last year itself is over. Okay, what is the status of Aichi target? Whether everyone has achieved it. Now India says that we have achieved all the 12 targets. In turn, we have achieved the 20 target. Okay, every country says it has achieved. But what the convention says is, CBD convention, in its report, they said that none of the country has achieved all the target fully. Even a single target is not completely achieved. That is what CBD says. But the countries are giving in a different response. The country says that they have achieved all the target. That's how a lot of controversy comes. And also the CBD says that only 4 to 5 target is being partially achieved. Rest of the target is not achieved. So the CBD also says that it is because of lack of political will and lack of funding and many more reasons the countries are not able to achieve it. So, and also CBD says that the next target, because 2020 Aichi target is over, so we may go for a new target. So at least the new target, so all the country has to be serious. So now this Aichi 20 target is over by 2020. So we are going for a new framework, which is called post 2020 biodiversity framework. You can see here, post 2020 biodiversity framework. Sometime this 2020-21, we also call it as a super year of biodiversity. We also call as super year of biodiversity. See, why we call it a super year of biodiversity is, now the countries and all says that they have reached the Aichi 20 target. That is the reason every country says it. 2020 is over. So this is the year of super year of biodiversity, since we have achieved the 20 target. So right now we are moving to the next target. So what is the next target? We do not know, because by the time Corona has come, so we have to wait and watch. In 2022, the convention will be there. The conference of party will be there. In that is the next year, they will take a decision. So the new framework is called post 2000 biodiversity framework. Okay, that is a one. There's a one decision they took in the 2010 COP10 Nageo. The second is they also decided to create a protocol. To decide a protocol. That is, many countries have not given access, free and equitable sharing of benefits. Fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from genetic resources. So, for example, you know that Brazil has the richest biodiversity. Suppose if a Denmark wants to come and do a research in Brazil biodiversity, now the access is not there. So how they have to come, how they have to apply, to whom they have to apply. So what is the license? What is the license policy? So how much fine they have, how much fees they have to apply. So there is no clarity at all. So that is what in the 2010 itself, it was decided to create a protocol which is called Nageo Protocol. Nageo Protocol. So India also signed this protocol. This protocol full name is Nageo Protocol on Access to Genetic Resources and Fair and Equitable Sharing of Benefit arising from the utilization. It is called the Nageo Protocol and Access to Genetic Resources and Fair and Equitable Sharing of Benefits arising from their utilization. Okay, so in the 2010, they decided to enter into this protocol. So protocol means it's, that it is a very, very stringent. Okay, so what is the purpose of this protocol? Now the convention says that every country should bring a transparent legal framework for the effective implementation of this third objective. Okay, third objective. That third objective is nothing but this fair and equitable sharing. So now it is not happening in many countries. So in that protocol, it was said that, or in that convention, conference of party, it was said that every country has to, bring a law. It is mandated to bring a law. That law should clearly tell how this genetic resources are shared in a fair and equitable way within the country and also outside the country. That is what the Nageo Protocol says. So what Nageo Protocol says is, Nageo Protocol tries to give a framework. So in that framework, they say that you need to have 3 obligations. If any country, so India signed the Nageo Protocol, so India has to create a law for it. Now, if you create a law, any country creates a law, in that law, there should be 3 obligations. So what are the 3 obligations? One is access obligation. The second is benefit sharing obligation. The third is compliance obligation. So you need to fulfill 3 obligations. Access obligation, benefit sharing obligation, okay, and then compliance obligation. Okay, first, what is access obligation? For example, if you take India, you know that I told you India has 7% of world resources, flora and fauna. So now, if any country, it's not only other country, it's within India. Even within India, any research institute or something, if they want to do a research on the, on the genetic resources or any biodiversity, or if they want to exploit the biodiversity, now how they will have an access. So in that they have to tell. So what is the domestic level access, what is the legal certainty, legal clarity, transparency, which organization they have to approach, which board they have to approach, how they have to give the application, so how the license will be given, so within how many days the license will be given, so whether it encourages research or not, so everything has to be clear. உள்ள போறதுக்கு வழி இருக்கும், இந்த ரிசோர்ஸை போய் ரீச் பண்றதுக்கு வழி இருக்கும். That is something called access obligation. In order to reach the resources, you should have access. Okay, the second is benefit sharing. Anyway, you do a research, because of that some benefit is going to come, and now that how the benefit is going to be shared, so whether monetary, non-monetary, how the patent and all is going to happen, everything comes under the benefit sharing. The third is called compliance obligation. Okay, sorry, compliance obligation. So in the compliance obligation, suppose if there is any dispute between a two party in the genetic resource sharing, then which court they have to go and apply. So that is contractual obligation. Okay, what type of legislation you have, where is the jurisdiction, okay, is there is any dispute resolution, so any redressal mechanism, how they can get justice. So that is something, because it's a law, that is something called compliance obligation. So now the Nagoya Protocol says that in your law, those country who signs and ratifies this Nagoya Protocol, they have to bring a law which should specify the free and fair and equitable sharing of resources, that is genetic resources from the biodiversity, and also this three obligation has to be fulfilled. Okay, now what India has done, India has signed the Nagoya Protocol. Based on that, very long back itself, it was only created in 2010, but in 2002 itself, we brought one act, which is called Biological Diversity Act. Biological Diversity Act. See, obligation, see, when you create a law, you see, the India is going to create a law for biodiversity sharing. See, we have a lot of flora and fauna, right? So it can be shared for, it can be given for research, it can be given for education training, it can be even given for some commercial exploitation. Okay, or you can find through the research, you can find something, any unique genetic resources, then you can do patenting. So anything can happen. Now for that, how, so who can do it? Yes, anyone can do within the country, even you can also go and do it. So now how can you apply? Yes, we have a board which is called National Biodiversity Board Authority. So like that, they need to bring a legal framework. That is what obligation. So obligation, so here when you want to access it, any resources, so here what is the access obligation? So everything is given in detail in your SIA book, you can see it. So when you come to benefit sharing, now because of that access, if you exploit the resource, because of that you're going to get benefit. Probably the commercial company is going to get benefit, the pharmaceutical company is going to get benefit. Now how the benefit is going to be shared, that is called benefit sharing obligation. Am I right? So whether you're going to do patenting, so when when a patenting is done, whether you're going to pay loyalty, am I right? So today drugs and all, what they're doing, even during the corona period, some certain drugs and all, we're asking for a patent exemption. Am I right? So that's what patenting, how the benefit sharing is going to happen. Compliance is something you need to obey to the contract. So whatever the contract you put to exploit the resources, that contract you need to fulfill. Suppose if any party is breaching the contract, then how the action should be taken. That is something called compliance obligation. Okay, in India, we created an act which is called Biological Diversity Act. So it was created in 2002 itself. So this act is specifically as a legal framework for the CBD convention. It's a legal framework for the CBD convention. So that means CBD convention, 3 goals, am I right? So conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of biodiversity, fair and equitable sharing. So the same 3 goals we have taken as the objective of the act. In the act itself, we have taken this 3 objective. So conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of biodiversity, and the third one is genetic resource sharing, fair and equitable sharing. The 3 things we have taken. So in this, how the structure will work is, we will have a 3-tier structure under our Biological Diversity Act. there will be a central government structure which is called NBA, National Biodiversity Authority. There will be a central government office. There will be a state government office which is called State Biodiversity Board. State Biodiversity Board, SBB. And then there will be a BMC, Biodiversity Management Committee. Biodiversity Management Committee, BMC. So this is central government, this is state government, this is local government. So for example, if any foreigner, any foreign company or foreign government or any foreigner, if they want to do a research in our Indian biodiversity, or if they want to exploit the resources for commercial, first they have to go and apply to NBA. Okay, they have to fulfill the application to NBA. So they have to tell the reason, purpose, for what purpose they come for. So everything, whether it's research now, what type of research and all. So that time itself, an agreement will be made between NBA and, contractual agreement will be made between NBA and foreign government. Okay. So now the NBA, once when they give the, application, with the application, probably it will take a time. So once the time is fulfilled, obviously when the application is approved, now you are getting the approval from. Now immediately what happens, you see, once you get the application, once you get the approval from the NBA, then you can directly go and approach the SBB, State Biodiversity Board, and then you can go to the BMC, and then finally you can take the resources. So BMC, it is under the state, it is a local government. You can take the biodiversity. Suppose if they are doing a research, okay, now if they have found anything, genetic material or something, so immediately they cannot do patent. In those days and all, what they did was the foreign country or the foreign company will come, they will do a research, okay, then they will make a patent, and then we have to be then the same product we cannot produce it. Then we have to be a mere supplier of raw material. They will sell the finished product at a very high cost. That is what happened once upon a time. But hereafter, it cannot be done. That is, any foreigner, when they do a research, if they want to patent it, again they have to approach the NBA. Now again agreement will be made. Probably we will allow them to patent, because if you don't allow them to do patent, if it is a unique thing, yes, we should allow. Otherwise, if you don't allow to do a patent, the next time they will not come to India. So that is what the NBA may give a approval to go for a patent or patent rights or anything, but some contract will be made. But anyway, they are doing it, they are taking the resource from us. So some loyalty fees or something, they'll be paid. Okay, then they can do it. So this is about a foreign. Suppose if it is an Indian company, they can directly approach SBB itself, state government itself. They can apply, they can do a research, and they can exploit the research. Suppose in the research, if they find anything unique, if they want to do a patent, then the company has to go and apply to NBA. Okay, so patent and all, it's a central government subject. They have to approach the NBA, they have to pay. So contract will be made. So licensing policy, loyalty, everything will be fixed, and then they can exploit it. Okay, suppose any individual, you or me, if you want to take any resources, any resources, biodiversity resources for our personal consumption, we don't want to get any permission at all. We can directly take it, but we should not sell it. We cannot do anything, commercial. Just for our personal consumption, we can directly take it. That is how it works. So now the SBB is for the state, BMC. What BMC will do is, actually BMC, see, whether a foreigner, Indian, whoever may be, when he approaches a SBB, NBA, they will come to SBB. Finally, they have to come only to the local. Local is the one where the resources are there. So all the resources are maintained only by the BMC. So BMC is the one who really conserves that local. Okay, and also they maintain the record of all the local resources and everything, and they give to the state government and the central government. And whatever the money that is collected by the NBA, okay, or SBB, whatever the money that is collected by the SBB will go to NBA. The NBA will share the money some part of money, National Biodiversity Authority will take it. Then next, the amount will go to SBB. In turn, finally, the entire amount comes to BMC. So that money comes for the conservation, because you're exploiting the resources. Again, you need to conserve the resources. Okay, you may be cutting down the forest and everything. So again, the money has to be come to, revive that particular resources. That is what BMC will play a role. This is the 3-tier structure, okay, under the Biological Diversity Act. So it is to fulfill our Nagoya Protocol. At the same time, it also fulfills the Convention on Biological Diversity, that is fair and equitable sharing of resources. This is the way the resources are shared in a, okay, that is about the NBA, SBB and BMC. Okay. So normally BMC, it's a biodiversity management committee. They are the local. Okay, normally they work under the state. Okay, this is what called so what are the 3 objectives? The same 3 objectives of Convention on Biological Diversity only, the objective of biodiversity, conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of its component, fair and equitable sharing. So in order to realize the Convention on Biological Diversity only, we brought this Biological Diversity Act. At the same time, this act also fulfills the Nagoya Protocol, because Nagoya Protocol talks only about the 3rd point of Convention on Biological Diversity, fair and equitable sharing. So the role of BMC is maintenance. The role of BMC is maintenance of that particular biodiversity. So they are the one who keeps a record of the biodiversity available in the country, okay, how it is getting depleted, and then conserving that biodiversity. Because the money, NBA is office, SBB is also office. So the entire money will finally come to the BMC. So the BMC only uses the money for the conservation. Okay, so that is about the Biological Diversity Act of 2002. Okay, apart from this, we also have one more protocol, so which is not directly under CBD, which is a supplementary called Cartagena Protocol. Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. It was signed in 2000 and it came into effect in 2003. Okay, see, biosafety, Cartagena. So what is that? It is nothing but we want to protect the human health and environment from the risk of products of modern biotechnology. It is nothing but biotechnological product. What is that? I'm right, GMO, genetically modified. I'm right, it can be a genetically modified products or genetically modified crops, anything it can be. Okay, so what is the purpose of Cartagena Protocol? Just make note, protect human health and environment, protect human health and environment from the risk of product of modern biotechnology, from the risk of product of modern biotechnology. Okay, so now under this Cartagena Protocol, we have 2 aspects. Because related to biotechnology, genetically modification and all, so probably we need to have access and transfer of technology. Okay, so anyway, genetically modified, anything it can be. It can be a crop or it can be a medicine, anything it can be. And then the second is safety of biotechnology product. Safety of biotech product. Okay, so here main is biotechnological product. Okay, what is that biotechnological product? Genetical modification. Am I right? So when you do in any product or in any organism, when you do any genetic changes, am I right? So it is nothing but genetically modified. Genetic modified. When you do any genetic modification, probably it carries some risk, am I right? Definitely genetically modified, it carries some risk because we do not know. Okay, any genetically modified product, definitely it can have a health concern or environmental concern. So that is the reason any genetically modified organism or any genetically modified product, if it moves from one country to another, it's a protocol, international protocol. It moves from one country to another country. Now, this particular Cartagena protocol takes care of safe transfer. The transportation has to be, safe. Handling, am I right, has to be safe. Okay, and at the same time, packaging, shipping, storing. So everything has to be same along with it. Okay, use. How you are going to use, everything has to be safe. Now here they don't use the word genetically modified, they are using the word LMO, living modified organism. It is nothing but genetically modified organism. It is called living modified organism. Living modified organism. So within the country, we used to call it as GMO. In India and all, we used to call it as GMO, genetically modified organism. But in the international convention, under the Cartagena protocol, they will use a word called living modified organism. Okay, so if any living modified organism, if it moves from, it's a product or anything, it can be a crop product. Even today we have a insulin, diabetic insulin and all, it's a genetically modified. So if it moves from one country to another country, then it has to be transported and it has to be used as per the rules of provisions of Cartagena protocol, provided if you have signed the Cartagena protocol. So those country, because it's a legal binding protocol, those country who signed the Cartagena protocol and who has ratified the Cartagena protocol, they have to follow the provisions of Cartagena protocol. That is very important. Okay, so now how the transfer will happen, you see. Suppose, let me say, Denmark. Denmark, let me say a biotech company, some ex-biotech company is transferring some genetically modified organism, let me say to Sudan to Y biotech company. It's a genetically modified. Normally we call it as LMO under the Cartagena protocol. Assume that both are signatory to the Cartagena protocol. Now, the procedure is, first Denmark, directly they cannot export that modified organism. First, Denmark has to send an agreement, a document, what is called AIA. The document is called Advanced Informed Agreement. Advanced Informed Agreement. That document is called AIA. So now, what is this document? It is, the name itself says Advanced Informed. Okay, we are informing in advance. Now, this document will talk about what is the genetical modification. Okay, what type of genetic changes it has done, what are the risks associated with that particular product. Everything will be clearly given in this document. So first the document will be sent to the company, to the country, Sudan. Now, once Sudan receives this document, first they can take 90 days time to acknowledge. They have to, within 90 days time, they have to acknowledge. And then within 270 days time, the Sudan has to take a decision whether they are ready to import or not, export, whether they are ready to import the particular product or not. So that is the timing. So 90 days time to acknowledge, and then within this 270 days, the Sudan country has to assess the risk associated with that particular product. Everything they have to do it because Sudan is an importer. Okay, and they have to decide whether to import such product or not. Okay, suppose if the Sudan decides, yes, let me import, then the Sudan will send it to the Cartagena office. This advance inform agreement will be sent to the Cartagena office. Now the Cartagena office will also look into what type of product, what type of genetical modification is done, what are the risks, and they will give a guideline how to import and export. And for this, in the Cartagena office, there is a house called Biosafety Clearance House. BCH. Biosafety Clearance House. There's a house called Biosafety Clearance House. Actually, this Biosafety Clearance House only will give a clearance. That is actually the Sudan has to give information to the Biosafety Clearance House. Okay, what is the, they have to give the summary of the risk associated with this particular product. Okay, and then Biosafety Clearance House will give a clearance, then only the Denmark can export to Sudan. So this procedure, definitely they need to follow. If the country has signed the Cartagena Protocol, it is called Advanced Informed Agreement. Okay, it is called the Living Modified Organism. Okay, so now within the country, that's about the protocols of Cartagena. Within the country, we used to call it as genetically modified organism. So today we have no GM crop. So who gives this decision? GM crops. So who gives this decision? GM crop. So in India, so today we have BT cotton and all, right? In India, we have, of course, union government, but actually there is an agency called Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, GEAC. Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee or Approval Committee. Genetic engineering. So all the biotechnological products, the approval and clearance has to be only given by GEAC. Okay, so it is under which ministry? Do you know? This Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee. Okay, it is not under the Ministry of Science or it is not under the Ministry of Biotechnology. Since environment is involved, it is under the Ministry of Environment. So it is under the Ministry of Environment. It is an apex body. That is, it is an independent body. Even though it is under the Ministry of Environment, okay, they are independent. This body is independent. Okay, their decision will not be influenced by anyone. Even a minister also cannot influence the decision. Okay, so under this, there will be members, there will be a chairman and member. So most of them are science experts. So under the committee, probably a committee will be there. So in that committee, probably you can find the Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology member will be there. Okay, and many professors and all will be there. Now their job is, they are very independent. They are the one who has to decide everything on genetically modified crop. Start from research. If anyone wants to start a research on genetically modified crop or something, yes, you need to get a permission from them. So research, pilot project, trial, okay, production, sales, okay, anything, everything will be decided only by the approval will be given by the Genetic Engineering Approval Committee or Appraisal Committee. They only have to do it. So till now, GEAC has given approval to how many crops? When come to the crops, it is only BT cotton. For BT cotton only, they have given a commercial approval. Am I right? You can do a mass production, you can sell. For rest of the, even though BT, brinjal and all we have done, so they have given, the GEAC has given an approval for research, trial and all, but they didn't give approval for commercial production. What is the reason? For mustard, GM mustard, GM brinjal and all, GTA, that is what BT brinjal, BT mustard and all we have, but commercial approval was not given. The reason is we ourselves are not very sure what is going to happen. Cotton now, okay, fine. Cotton, we don't have much impact. Right? Yes, protest from the farmers, that's one thing. But in terms of environmental effect, in terms of health effect, we ourselves are not very clear. Okay, what would be the impact? So that's the reason GASC has not given it. Okay, that is what the part of, okay, it is genetically modified. So in international convention, we call it as a Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. It is LMO, living modified. Within country, we used to call it as GMO, where Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee. So LMO job is only about transfer of any genetically modified product from one country to another country. They will not interfere in the internal matters. If India is going to export any genetically modified product, import or export, then in that import and export only the Cartagena Protocol will involve. But other than that, nothing the Cartagena Protocol will not involve. Okay. Okay, so that is about the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. So these are the two major convention. So the major convention is Convention on Biological Diversity, the three objective of Convention on Biological Diversity. So in that, I achieve target, that is our 12 NBT, National Biodiversity Target. So it is over. Now we have gone for post 2020 biodiversity framework. So what is that post? It is also called 2020 is called super year of biodiversity, because the reason is the Indian government and all the government says that they have achieved the 20 Aichi target, but CBD says none of the target has been fully achieved. So only 6 targets have been partially achieved. Rest 14 targets, okay, it is not at all achieved at all. That is what CBD says. But all the country in the last conference of party, they said that they have achieved everything. So anyway, still it is in the confusion. We do not know what is the reality. So anyway, it is over. Aichi target is over by 2020. So hereafter, since we have achieved this 2020 Aichi target, they call it as a 2020 as a super year of biodiversity. So hereafter, we are going for a new framework that is called post 2020 new biodiversity framework. So what is that framework? We do not know. We need to wait and watch. Okay. Apart from that, Nagao Protocol. So in order to fulfill Nagao Protocol, the entire convention, we have created this Biological Diversity Act. And then apart from that, there is also a supplementary protocol on biosafety, that is the Cartagena Protocol, that is LMO, living modified organism, and GMO. Okay, so that is about the first thing. So we have some more convention. So convention related to animals and all. So we will see that. Okay, we will take a small break and then we'll get into it. We'll take just 5 minutes break and then we'll see. Okay, so we shall start. See, anything genetically modified product approval within country, it is only GAC. Anything genetically modified. Okay, that is what Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee. Some medicines and all, probably it may have some protocol. So medicine wise, I'm not very sure, because even this insulin and all, diabetic insulin and all, I think it's also genetically modified. I think so. I think medicine may be covered. See, if medicine is covered under any other protocol or something like international level, so probably it may not come. Otherwise, it will also come under it. Yeah, I don't think this GAC will get involved in this medical related genetically modified and all. I don't think they will not involve. Maybe it may be covered under a separate, this one. See, 90 days first acknowledgement. 90 days is acknowledgement. Okay, so that is about it. So now the next is next convention. Sites. The next convention is sites. See whether audio and video is clear. So please someone type. Okay, fine. Okay, sites. The full form is Convention on International Trade. Sorry, Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna, Wild Flora and Fauna. Okay. See, if you take a flora and fauna, the various plants and animals, wild plants and animals, we also allow for a legal trade. Yes, certain specimens of animals, certain flora specimens is allowed for legal trade. So probably we use it for commercial exploitation, we use it for medicines and many things. So now this convention is about the control of this international trade, especially on the endangered species. Because our main idea is, see, because you have to understand a simple concept. See, the government, any government is the one who makes a law. Right? If you take a biodiversity, if you take within a biodiversity, let me say like, if any biodiversity is being shared between two countries, let me say that a biodiversity is shared between one country, or if a trade is going to happen between one country and an animal specimen is moved from one country to another country, actually who is doing? Whether the government is doing? No, some two private party will be doing. Am I right? A private company in India, a private company in Netherlands, so both will be doing it. So here government only will make regulation. So at one point of time, sometimes government itself will not know actually what trade is going on. Okay, so that is the reason we should have a complete control on this international trade. Okay, so basically it is an international agreement between governments. Sorry, it is an international agreement between government. Okay, of course the site was created in 1963 at the meeting of IUCN. So in the meeting of IUCN, all the international government agreement. So it is an intergovernmental agreement. This site is this convention. So idea of this convention, as I told you, this international trade, this legal international trade should not endanger the wild flora and fauna. That means it should not threaten the survival of the wild flora and fauna. Okay, so you should not keep on doing a trade on it. At one point, if you don't see it properly, at one point of time, the particular species may become extinct. So we should know how much to trade, how much not to trade, because this trade is done by the private party. Normally private party now, it is a profit motive. Am I right? So they will be doing a profit motive. So they will not, definitely a private company will not worry about the resource depletion. So whatever the best possible, they will try to deplete the resources. Am I right? They want to make profit. So now it is the government job is to ensure that the resources are not depleted. Okay, that is, it is not threatened. That is what the wild plant and animal does not threaten their survival. Okay, so this is a legal binding convention. This is a legal binding convention, but the convention itself says that even though it is a legal binding convention, it does not take place of national law. Okay, so what is that? It does not take place of national law. Probably if you have any national law within your country, probably it will not get affected. That national law will exist. It is nothing but in India, Wildlife Protection Act. So actually Wildlife Protection Act also, it is a conservation of wildlife. At the same time, it also, allows the trade. Okay, in the Wildlife Protection Act, there is also provision on trade. So control of trade. Am I right? So that is what is a legal binding. At the same time, it does not, take the place of national law. So all the imports, exports, anything is covered under the, convention. Of course, it is something, this convention act like a licensing system. So if any organ, if any specimen, wild flora and fauna specimen, if it is moved from one country to another country, definitely it will get recorded in the sites. Okay, they come to know what species is traded, what species is not traded. Anyway, in order to control the trade, of course, its ultimate objective is to control the trade so that the species should not become extinct. That is the ultimate objective. So because of that reason, they have put the species under different appendices. See, any purpose, see, trading, it can be any purpose, does not matter. Even it can be a medicinal purpose, it can be a, so just a minute, 1 minute, once again. And now it is audible? Okay, fine. Now, see, under this convention, they have divided the species into different appendix. So what is it is? It is appendix 1, appendix 2, appendix 3. That is those species, lists of species, which is coming under the appendix 1, normally tiger and all. These are the species, it is already threatened with extinction. Now you cannot have any trade at all. So it has been internationally, declared that no trade, no any legal trade can happen in that particular specimen of that species. But in exceptional circumstances, it can happen. Okay, sometimes the site itself will tell what is that exceptional circumstances. So if any species comes under the appendix 1 under the sites, now it is very clear that none of the country should trade that particular species. That is 1. Number 2 is appendix 2. Appendix 2, these are the list of species. It is right now, it is not threatened with extinction, but the trade must be controlled. Okay, suppose if you don't control the trade, if you don't record it, if you don't control it, then at one point of time it will become extinct. Okay, the survival, it will question the survival itself. So such type of species they will put under the appendix 2. So appendix 2 so these are the species. Right now it is not threatened. Right now it is not threatened with extinction. But anyway, the trade is happening very fast. Okay, some tortoise and all trade is happening very fast. By chance, if you don't control it, then after one point of time, beyond your hand, it will enter into extinction. Such type of species and all, they will put under appendix 2. Appendix 3 is something is unique. That is, it is a species that is protected in at least one country. For example, India. Just for an example, I'm telling. Let me say, Batakur Baska, Northern River Terrapin. Now it is already in the critically endangered. But it is critically endangered in India, but it may not be endangered in Myanmar and other countries. So, but the trade is happening. Probably it may be in appendix 1. So appendix 1 or appendix 2, sorry, it may be in appendix 2. Now the trade may be happening. But for the Indian context, already it is going to extinct. Now what India will do is, India will request the sites to put this particular species under appendix 3. That means, let me say Batakur Baska. So Batakur Baska, the particular northern terrapin, will be in appendix 3. So it will tell that in the appendix 3, it will tell that no trade of that species should happen with India. So obviously, many other countries will not, will be very clear. Or other countries will also have that. Other countries or other country private company we'll come to know that, okay, we cannot do any trade on this particular species. So that is what, if you want to protect in one country, that one country can request the sites so that it can be put under the Appendix 3. Now, the conference of party will happen to this IUCN, sorry, with this sites for every 3 years. Okay, that is about the sites. So it is about legal trade. Okay, now we have an NGO type organization, okay, which is called Traffic. So it is World Life Trade Monitoring Network. Basically, it is a leading NGO. It is a leading NGO. It was created by IUCN and see, sites, I told you, no, what is that sites? So initial itself, I told you very clearly what is site. Site is clear as it is an international agreement between government. Okay, so created during 63 at IUCN meeting. It's an intergovernmental agreement. CITES. Traffic is a NGO. This Traffic is created by two organizations, IUCN and the WWF. Both have created this organization. It's an NGO. Now the main purpose of this Traffic is, since it's an NGO, they work on the research, analysis, guidance and all. So related to what? Trade in wildlife and plant. Okay. Trade in wildlife and plant. So their job is also, partly like a site. They will do some activity, research program, analysis, guidance program, publication, projects and all, to ensure that this trade in wildlife and plant does not threaten the survival of that particular species. Okay, now the site is something, a legal framework, but Traffic is an NGO. It is like an advisory. Most of the time, they work on two streams. So Traffic work on two streams. They call it as green stream, red stream. Green stream is something legal trade. That is, it is approved by the country, it is approved by the sites. Okay, so here we know what are the species can be traded, how much it can be traded, everything will come to know. That is green stream. So even Traffic also works on the green stream. They will also record what are the legal trade that is happening, and also they will advise the sites, organization, and also IUCN that if any legal trade is going to threaten the survival, they will give the information beforehand itself, so that the site during the conference of party, they will take some action. Okay, that is called green stream. There is something called red stream. It is called illegal trade. Now illegal trade, that is, it is happening by some through the illegal activity. Am I right? So probably a lot of imports and exports. Am I right? Smuggling of organs, smuggling of wildlife, wild plant and animals. So without the authorization of government happens. So that is also a major issue, because than the legal trade, of course, illegal trade is happening more. And again, it is happening by, and of course, it is not so easy to crack this red stream, because the thing is, it is happening by a big cartel. Okay, it is an international network. Okay, it is not a small network. It is not a local, criminals and all. It is a big cartel, international network. It has got a high influence. This network will have a high influence. So, for example, you just see this. So now you see here. You don't not write it. Just have a look at it. Some of the major wildlife species being smuggled through airport. You see tortoise, tiger, leopard body parts, ivory, rhinos, pangolin scales, sea cucumber, mongoose hair, reptile skins, live snakes, corals, orchids, medicinal plant. Now it is happening as an illegal trade. Okay, which amounts into, billions and billions of dollars. And that too, where it is happening? In the airport. Just imagine, airport, see, if a illegal trade is happening by ship or if it is happening by road, okay, you cannot find it. That is the reason. But airport is a very small, am I right? So in the airport itself, this illegal trade is happening. So that means you see how the powerful this cartel is. Probably they have, all collusion. They have a lot of collusion with the local government officials and all. So it's a big cartel. And again, so from here, if ivory, so for example, rhino horns, let me take. So rhino horns, if you take in India, Kaziranga. So who is doing it? Probably the local thug from Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, they only do it, poaching. Of course, the poaching is done by some local people, local thugs. So then from there it go to Myanmar, and again it goes through many countries. It passes through many countries, then go to South America, go to North America, or it goes to Europe, Northern Europe. So through the smuggling it goes. You see, it is crossing more than 150 countries. So it is a big cartel. Okay, it is not a small organization, it's a big organization. That is what we call it as a red stream. Now we have to control that red stream also. That is very important, because failing to control the red stream, probably that will also threaten our survival of the species. So that is what the traffic tries to work on, the red stream as well as this green stream. Green stream is a sustainable wildlife trade, it's a legal one, and red stream, they try to crack the wildlife crime and trafficking. So they give a lot of information. So where the cartel is working, how it is moving from one country to another country, so who is responsible. So all the information, they do it. Now this traffic will be closely working with sites. They are nothing but an advisory to the site. They advise the sites, and also whatever the site takes a resolution, the enforcement of all the resolution will also be done by the sites. Okay, so that is how the sites plays that is how the traffic plays a very important role. Okay, that is about the sites and traffic. Okay, coming to India, yes, we have one board, bureau, which is called WCCB, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. So this is to control the illegal trade. So in fact, this Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, it was first created very long back by, of course, it was created in 2008. Okay, but long back in 2000 itself, in the CITES convention, 11th conference of party itself, India promised that we will open a wildlife crime cell to tackle the poaching of tiger and illegal trade in tiger parts and derivative. That's what we said. And later point of time only, by 2008, we created this organization, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Okay, normally this bureau is a higher level bureau. It is a statutory body. Again, it is brought under the Wildlife Protection Act. Okay, again, it is established in the Wildlife Protection Act. So most of the time, this meeting, probably the national level meeting and all, will be chaired by the Prime Minister himself. So it's a very important bureau. So what they do is they do research activity. They collect information related to organized wildlife crimes. Okay, what are the wildlife crimes? And they will give the information to the state. They are not the enforcement. They will provide the information to the police and import or export authorities, so that they can take action immediately. They can take the action on the criminals. So that is what. And also all the wildlife crime data book and everything they will do, and also penalties and punishments on any wildlife crime and all. So advisory, they will do it. And they will also closely work with sites. They will also closely work with traffic, and at the same time they will also assist other foreign authorities. Okay, other foreign authorities and international organization, okay, in order to coordinate for the control of wildlife crime. So that is how this body. So most of the time it is a scientific investigation agency, okay, and also enforcement agency, so related to wildlife crime. And again, prosecutions and all, they will do it. They will assist, they will help the state government, because prosecution and all should be done only by the state government. Okay, that will be done by the state government. So this Wildlife Crime Control Bureau will help the state government, to control it. Okay, and also advise the government of India on anything related to, policies related to wildlife crimes, everything, laws, everything they will do. Okay, that is how WCCB. The next is CMS. Yes, I will share all the slides. At the end, I will give all the slides. Okay, so pictures I will remove it. Pictures you don't need it. The text shares and all I will share that. Start from ecology, I will share everything. Okay, CMS, Convention on Migratory Species. It is a convention for migratory species. See, research point. See, this Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, most of the time they will be into investigations. So investigation come research. When I say research, probably they want to know, because when you do a research only you will come to know the legal crime, sorry, the illegal crime, the cartel, how it happens. Am I right? So most of the time it is investigation. I cannot say research, it's more of investigation. CMS, Convention on Migratory Species of Wild Animal. So here, basically, it is a treaty of UN. See, what is this purpose is, we have seen black-necked crane. So we saw about Siberian crane. So these are the birds which migrate. But anyway, many mammals also migrate. Many mammals also will do migration. Okay. So now some reptiles sometimes will do it, but most of the time it is only the mammals and the birds will migrate. So when it migrates, probably it has to move to various countries. For example, if you take Siberian crane, so from Siberia it comes to India. So from Siberia, okay, in India it comes to Kalidio National Park. Okay, when it comes, it flies and comes. I'm right. It's called flyway. Probably it crosses many countries. So probably let me say that it will cross. So from one stretch it will not come. I'm right. From Siberia, whether it continuously flies, no. From Siberia it will come to some other place next. Then from there it will halt in some other place. From there it will halt. Now, like that, it may cross some 10 to 15 countries. Probably the way where it crosses, whether it's a mammal or whether it's a marine organism, even turtle. So we even discuss about turtle. If we take a turtle, so if you take olive ridley turtle crosses all the three oceans. Hawksbill turtle also crosses all the three oceans. So it visits more than 70 to 80 countries. That is a migratory route for the turtle animal. So now it halts in many places for food or even for reproduction, for anything. Am I right? For breeding, everything it will halt and then only to move. So now if you want to conserve a Siberian crane, so if India alone takes action, whether it is any beneficial, no, all the country, the migratory route, okay, what all the country falls in that migratory route, everyone has to join together and take action. Then only you can conserve that species, whether it is a marine species, whether it's a marine mammals or marine reptiles, or whether it's a birds, or even whether it's a mammal, anything it can be. So now here we want cooperation from all the country in the sense those country where it falls in the migratory route. So for that only the CMS convention was created. Okay. So when you take the CMS convention, it is a treaty of United Nations. Sorry, it is a treaty of United Nations. It is a treaty of United Nations. Okay. So basically it is a platform for the conservation and sustainable use of migratory animal and their habitat. So we want to conserve that migratory animal and their habitat, of course, their route. Probably we always call it as range states, that is countries. So wherever it passes, wherever the migratory animal passes, we call it as a range states. Now we are trying to bring a legal foundation or international coordination throughout the migratory range. So here, this convention, so this is a only convention for the migratory species. Okay, this is the only global convention for specifically for specializing in migratory species in its habitat. Of course, they work on their habitat and migratory route. Most of the time, they coordinate with other international organizations like CITES, everything. And of course, apart from that, NGO, corporate sector, everything they will organize. Again, they also listed the species under Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. Okay, so like that, they will list it. So now, whether it's a legal binding, basically, it is a framework convention. Okay, so if it is a framework convention, when I say a framework convention, it can be a legal binding to just a formal instrument, less formal instrument like MOU. It can be a legal binding to MOU. That is, most of the time, they will put an agreement based on the species. So species to species, they will have Siberian crane. For that, they will have a agreement. For Amur Falcon, they will have agreement. That agreement can be a legal binding agreement. The agreement can be just a MOU, memorandum of understanding. Okay, depend on the condition and everything. So again, it is also meet 3 years. So in the 3 years of time, they will decide on all the migratory species. They will set the budget, priority, and everything. Okay, now this CMS Conference of Party recently happened in India. Okay, it recently happened in India. That is in 2020. So 2020 to 2020, 21, 22, this 3 years, India has taken over the presidency. So that is what 2020, since Aichi target is over. So in the CMS, we said that it is a super year of biodiversity. And India, so we are going to be the president. So after the environment minister is going to be the, is going to be the spearheading this convention. So in this, India will play for the next 3 years, India will play the presidentship. And also India falls under the Central Asian Flyway. That is Central Asian Flyway, okay, where, that covers from Arctic to Indian Ocean. So under the Central Asian Flyway, we have more than 182 migratory birds and 29 globally threatened birds. So almost more than 279 birds, 279 species are falling in that. Okay, including birds and everything. Of course, flyway na birds most of the time. Okay, apart from that, even this has come. So in this conference of party, okay, 13th conference of party, our logo is Gibi, Great Indian Bustard. That is the icon species. So normally for every, every convention, there will be some icon species of that particular country. So this time, critically, this migratory species, Great Indian Bustard, so which is a threatened species. So we have taken that as a, iconic species. Okay, so this and all is not needed. So in that time, okay, already they have put some lot of non-legal binding MOU. So Siberian crane 1998 itself they did. For all the marine turtle, the 5 turtle that visits India 2007 they did it. For dugong in 2008 they did it. Okay, normally if you take a migratory route, it is where the nesting site is there, breeding site will be there, their preferred food will be there, okay, and their available sustainable habitat is there. Okay, so it is very important. This migratory route is very important. Okay, so we try to good for this. So you can see, of course, in this discussion, they are talking about certain migratory mammal, gobi bear, Persian leopard, urial. So that and all they discussed. Even dolphins also they discussed about it. Okay, this and all is not needed. Okay, that is what about the CMS. Okay, then the last one in this Animal Welfare Board of India. See, Amur falcon, naga, the issue what happened, you see, in that actually we celebrate, we have this kite, Katadi, right? Especially in the Northeast and all, in many northern states, they have this kite festival. So you know that in the kite, the thread is a very strong thread, manja, am I right? So normally when you have a kite festival, when Amur falcon crosses, that time the Amur falcon, either their neck or leg is getting tied with this kite and thread, that's the manja thread, and because of that they die. Actually, it's disrupting that migratory route. Actually, that is the issue came. Some that too that came 3 years back. Okay, again also recently it came, and also some environmental activists, animal activists and all went to the High Court. They asked the kite festival to be banned. So that issue was there related to Amur falcon migratory species. Okay, we have another board which is called Animal Welfare Board of India. Okay, so this is purely related to animal welfare. It is under the act what is called Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1960. So it is not under the Wildlife Protection Act. Please be clear. It is not under the Wildlife Protection Act. It is under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1960. Okay. So basically, the idea of a Prevention of Cruelty of Animal Act is you should not create unnecessary infliction. You should not inflict unnecessary pain to any animal. So do you know where it came from? Probably Rukmani Devi Arundale. So she's a steward, under her stewardship. She's an animal rights activist. Under her stewardship only, this Animal Welfare Board of India was created. So it was created under the Prevention of Cruelty of Animals Act. So basically, it's a statutory organization. So they advise the government of India, to take various welfare measures for animal. So it's nothing but animal rights. Okay. And also they will prescribe the punishment that has to be given under the Prevention of Cruelty Act if any animal crime has done. So it is not, no way it is connected to what is it called? It is no way connected to Wildlife Protection Act. It is totally different. Okay, don't confuse with Wildlife Protection Act. Animal Welfare Board of India, it is under the Prevention of Cruelty of Animals Act. Okay, initially, and also this board also provides funding for this various animal welfare organization. This is where the dispute and all came. Actually, they also fund for PETA and all. PETA organization members also is part of this, because this member, of course, it will have 28 member. So in this 28 member, it is not only government members, some private animal activists also will be there. And actually it came into issue, this Jallikattu issue. Actually, the Jallikattu ban was only proposed by this Animal Welfare Board of India. They only started this actually. So, and also it came that this Animal Welfare Board of, the time the issue came that this Animal Welfare Board of India was influenced by PETA. So PETA and some welfare organization, because many members of the Animal Welfare Board of India comes from this organization, animal rights activist. So that is the reason they were very keen in stopping this Jallikattu issue. That issue and all came maybe 2 to 3 years back, probably you would have heard about. So initially this board was under the Ministry of Environment. It was under the Ministry of Environment. Just a minute. Initially, it was under the Ministry of Environment, but later it was moved from, actually, this entire Animal Welfare Board of India and this Prevention of Cruelty Act, both has been shifted from Ministry of Environment to Ministry of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry. So it is shifted to, Ministry of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry, because the allocation of business rules has been shifted. So the reason is they thought that already animal husbandry, okay, they take care of animals and all. So they thought that it will be better to give the entire subject matter to animal husbandry. So let them take care of animal and also animal welfare and animal rights. So that is what it was shifted. Okay, that is the Animal Welfare Board of India. Okay, that is about this. So this and all is not needed. Okay, so now by and large we have covered all the international organizations of the biodiversity. So now we need to see some national level laws. Some laws we need to see. So in this, I'm going to discuss about some few laws. We cannot get into the depth of the act and all. So just I will give you the overview of some of the act. So especially come to the biodiversity, let's take the forest. So here we have one very oldest act, Indian Forest Act of 1927. Indian Forest Act of 1927. Indian Forest Act of 1927. You see, this is one of the oldest act, probably written by the Britain government. Still, we maintain this act. So, what is this act for? So, probably if a Britain has brought that act, what could be the reason? To exploit the resources, right? To control the resources. So, the same way, this act talks about, okay, control of forest resources. That is, it ensures that any movement of, it ensures that any transit of forest produce, any transit of forest produce, that is movement in and out. That is very simple. If anything moves inside forest, if anything moves outside forest, then it has to be under the control of forest official. That's all. That is the Indian Forest Service cadre. Okay. So for what reason? Yes, they control the resources. At the same time, they will put taxes, duties and levies and all. Okay. So if you want to take any forest resource, you need to pay the taxes, you need to pay the levies and duties and all. So that is what this act talks about. So here, under this act, Indian Forest Act of 1927. Under this act, there will be definitions. So there is a definition called tree. Suppose under the Forest Act, we have a category called tree. So if any plant or tree comes under the category of tree under Forest Act, then it is completely controlled by the Forest Department. For example, teak. So there may be a list of trees. So let me say rosewood. So everything is a list of trees or plant that is under the category tree. So if any plant or tree comes under the category of tree under the Forest Act, then without the permission of forest official, you cannot cultivate it, you cannot cut it, okay, you cannot sell it. You need to get the forest official permission to cultivate, to cut. Before you cut, you need to inform it. Before you sell, you need to inform it, and you need to pay taxes, levies, duties, whatever applicable. Okay, so it is a revenue generation. And at the same time, so the entire forest territory will be completely under the control of forest official. Okay, so no one can go inside the forest, no one can come out of the forest without the forest official permission. So the entire forest territory will come under the Forest Department. It is under the jurisdiction of Forest Department. Okay, so that's what in India. So approximately 20-23% of the land area will come under the jurisdiction of Forest Department. They only will control that particular resources and everything. So that is what the Indian Forest Right Act. So sometimes it is called Draconian Act. So why it's called Draconian Act? Because this act, Britain brought it, especially for what reason? To control the tribal people. All right. Because at one point of time during the Britain period and all, the tribal people used to exploit the resource, make use of the resource, and try when Britain wants to cut the trees and all, the tribal people will come and prevent it. So Britain tribal. So in those days and all, when especially during the Britain period, if they want to cut the tree, some tribal people will come and prevent it. Okay, so that is what. So Britain brought this act. So still we are maintaining it. So the entire jurisdiction of the forest region comes under the Forest Department. That is the purpose of act. So here recently we did a small amendment in this 1927 Act. What was amendment is, under the tree category, earlier bamboo was there. Bamboo was under the tree category. That is, if any plant or tree, any plant specimen, if it is under the tree category of Indian Forest Act, then without the Forest Department permission, you cannot do anything. So earlier bamboo was under the tree category. So anyway, you cannot cultivate bamboo. And today the demand for the bamboos keep on rising because bamboo can grow in any condition. So there are a lot of benefits of bamboo. So if you want to cultivate a bamboo, you need to get the permission from the Forest Department. If you want to cut the bamboo, you need to get the permission from the Forest Department. So that is the reason last year, 2019, they did a small amendment in the Indian Forest Act of 1927. So the amendment says that bamboo is removed from the tree category for the purpose of cultivation outside forest region. Okay, so they told very clearly, bamboo has been removed from the tree category for the purpose of cultivation of bamboo outside forest region. So that means hereafter, bamboo you can cultivate outside forest region, you can cut, you can sell. You don't want to get the permission from the, from the Forest Department. You don't want to pay any taxes or something, but not inside the forest. Okay, so inside the forest you cannot cut. Outside the forest, you cultivate it, you cut it. So that is a one small amendment we did it in 2019. Okay, other than that, basically it is a it is one of a, draconian. Am I right? So Britain Act and all, we call it as a draconian. So normally the government, centralized one, the government will have all the power. So most of the time, it is also said that the tribal people inside the forest is being harassed only through this act, because the forest department, the official forest official, they don't let. Of course, today we have a Forest Right Act. Despite of that, the Indian Forest Act, gives an enormous power for the forest official. So that they use this act to harass the tribal people. Okay, most of the time they can put the case on the tribal people. Okay, so because tribal people stays inside the forest, they take the forest produce and all. So normally they used to harass it. So that and all used to happen once upon a time. So even today, a lot of exception is there. This is what called Indian Forest Act. Okay. The next act is Forest Conservation Act. Forest Conservation Act of 1980. So what is this act? So Indian Forest Act is to control the resources. What is this Forest Act? So it is conservation. So the main purpose of the act is to ensure that the forest land is not diverted for non-forest purpose. The main is, at any point of time, because already our forest cover is less, because every country should have a forest cover of 33% minimum. So that is a policy. So today, China, Canada, they have increased more than 35-40% on all. So India, in 1960, we brought a policy, Indian forest policy, to bring 33%. Still, right now, we are on only 24%. So that is the reason. So hereafter, no more forest land should be diverted for non-forest purpose, for development. So this act controls in such a way that if any forest land is diverted for any non-forest purpose, it can be only done as per the provision of Forest Conservation Act. So if you are going to acquire any forest land for development activity, you need to get a clearance which is called forest clearance. Forest clearance under the Forest Conservation Act. You need to get a clearance under the forest clearance under the Forest Conservation Act. Okay. And suppose if any forest land is diverted, for example, assume that this is some forest, this is a forest region. Suppose assume that you are going to acquire this forest land. Okay, you are going to use for development activity. So now you need to pay a proper compensation. You need to pay a proper compensation. So that compensation will be used for the, afforestation. Probably if you're removing this land means you need to reconstruct this land. Okay, so that is also specified in the Forest Conservation Act. Okay, so if anything is diverted, so you need to get appropriate compensation, and that appropriate compensation will be going to the, the central government and the particular state government, and the money will be used for the afforestation. Okay, that is also comes under the Forest Conservation Act. So later point of time, for this compensation itself, they brought a separate act itself, which is called Compensatory Act, COMPA. So anyway, I'm going to stop with this because it will be very longer. So if you have any doubts, please ask me. So in the next class, we will complete this COMPA and one or two miscellaneous things, and then we will get into pollution, the next topic: air pollution, water pollution, solid waste. And then we need to see EIA, and finally we have to get into climate change. So yeah, so with this we close. So any doubts, please ask me. See how many number of classes. So we need to, that is what, first we need to cover this biodiversity. So here it's only some 1 or 2 acts there. After that, we have to get into pollution. So air pollution, water pollution, and solid waste. And then we need to see the concept of EIA. And then we have to see the final one, that is the climate change and conventions, climate change convention. So at least it will take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sessions. It will take, at least we may need 3 days. So Saturday, if you take 2 sessions, per day. Probably we may need 3 days or something. 3 days, maximum 4 days. Okay, so now let's clarify all the doubts. Just a minute. See, Cartagena protocol, I don't have a slide at all. So compensation and all, we will see. Compa Act, we will see next class. Yes. So 50 tiger reserve was that. The 51st tiger, 51st, the 51st tiger reserve, it is the Megamalai Srivilliputtur. So it's added. It's a current affair. Anyway, I will give that in the current affair class. Okay, priority species. This concept is a concept of WWF, Worldwide Fund for Nature. So it is not used by all the country. It's only WWF uses it. What WWF says is, if this is the first species, you need to conserve, because this is a species, it's more threatened. So you may have multiple species to conserve, but give more priority to the species. That is the reason it's called priority species. Okay. And then CMS presidency. See, CMS presidency is nothing but every 3 years once the conference of party will happen. The conference of party will happen in any country. So this time it happened in India. So obviously our environment minister is going to be the president for this convention. So 3 years we are going to have the presidency. So any implementation of the convention we will oversee for the next 3 years. That's all. See, flagship and umbrella. So it's a very narrow difference. Umbrella species is something you conserve the species. Related to that species, water and all is there, everything is getting conserved. That is the reason it's umbrella. Okay, so when I conserve umbrella species, many species will get conserved under directly and indirectly. Flagship species is totally different. Flagship species is iconic species. For example, you conserve the flagship species. Now, the similar need of, suppose let me take Great Indian Bustard. You conserve a Great Indian Bustard. So there are many species similar to Great Indian Bustard. Now those species also will get conserved. Probably similar food it may conserve, similar habitat it may need. Those species also it will get conserved. That is called the difference. Yes, Cartagena 2000, 2003. 2000 is, see, 2000 we signed it. It came into effect from 2003. See, Appendix 3 species in that particular country, trade will not happen, but in other country, it will have a trade. Suppose if India specifies for Appendix 3 for a particular species, so the trade of that species will not happen in India, but in some other place it will happen. Okay, could you please name the bird we discussed after pink-headed duck? Siberian terrain, I think so. Pink-headed duck. Social lapwing, sociable lapwing. I think sociable lapwing. So can anyone tell me after the pink-headed duck what I told? I think it is sociable lapwing. Yeah, this is what? Sorry. Yes, mostly the sociable lapwing, it will come to north and northwest. North and northwest India. See, whether do we need a large area for elephant conservation? Probably the answer is, it is something yes. At the same time, the answer is also no. See, it's not that, see, elephant walks for 18 hours or something. It is true. So probably it is something, does not mean that from here, if it elephant walks from, from Kerala, it will go to, whether it will go to Delhi. No, it's not like that. Okay. See, it will wander. So probably, it needs a large area. There is no doubt at all. But the thing is, wherever it walks, that corridor has to be conserved. And most of the time, It walks for a very long distance because of the reason of water scarcity and also no proper food, primary producers, because it needs a lot of primary producers and water scarcity. All right. So if you are going to ensure that, unnecessary wandering will not be there. That is what I can say. See, function of Animal Welfare Board of India, as I told you, they will take, of course, animal rights, mostly related to animal right. They will advise the central government, okay, periodically on various, the changes in the law that has to be made for the animals and animal rights. And at the same time, they will also, support the animal organization. Okay. And at the same time, they will also support research related activity on animal welfare. So the first species under Trans Himalayas, it is wild sheep and goats. Some of the names are ibex, macaw. These are all the wild sheep and goats. See, LMO, GMO, almost both are same only. Within country, we call it as GMO. In international level, in the Cartagena protocol, they used to call it as LMO. That's all. See, IUCN status, try to find the recent status. Okay. So if it comes in the current affair and all, try to see it. Normally, I think many countries have signed, but the reason is if there is any non-signatory country, if you say there's two countries, because since most of the countries are signed, assume that this one country A, country B. If country B has signed Cartagena, ratified Cartagena, if A has not done, probably the B cannot do trade with A, because B has to follow the provision of Cartagena. If A and B both have not signed, no one is going to bother. Okay. But that situation is very, less, because it is a risk. So obviously everyone will join this convention. CMS convention, 3 years convention, which is headed by India. It is CMS, Convention on Migratory Species. See, this 22 species, it is a recovery program. So it is not a critically endangered program. Okay, it is all sometime more threatened species or very important species has been put under this 22 list. They can remove or they can add at any point of time if the government decides. See, the beehive box approach. It's called beehive box approach, which was taken in Kerala. So whether it is helpful in avoiding conflict, yes, it can avoid conflict, but we need to see scientifically how well it is going to work out in a long term. If so, yes, it can be implemented. See, when you take a CMS migratory species bird, it can be anything. It can be legal, non-legal binding. It can, that is what this itself will move, it will range from legal to non-legal. So India has signed many legal as well as non-legal. Binturong, it's a mammal. MOU stands for Memorandum of Understanding. Okay. It is less formal. Just a small agreement, that's all. See, transition zone is a zone. Definitely, when you have a transition zone, probably the people movement will be controlled. Okay, so major activity will not be allowed in the transition zone of biosphere reserve. By that way, because transition zone is something, beyond the buffer zone only you have a transition zone. Most of the species will be restricted to, core. Sometime if it wants to come, it can come up to buffer, but beyond buffer, it will not come. The chances are very less. Okay, so by that way, that is what. Okay, Tigon liger. Actually, you don't want to see this. It's not a very important one. Okay, Tigon, it is a male tiger, female lion. Liger is a male lion, female tiger. So liger means male lion, female tiger. Ligon, not liger. See, certain beehive approach and all, you will see it in the current affairs. Some native human settlement, some tribal people will be allowed inside the buffer zone. We are going to see in the next class, Forest Right Act. Okay, what are the two other turtle? The other two turtle which is not comes to India is the flatback turtle, Kemp Ridley turtle. That does not come to Indian Ocean. Flatback turtle, Kemp Ridley turtle. Okay. Okay, so with this we will close. We will see in the next class. See, that technical name and all is not needed to remember. See, zoological name, botanical name and all, it's not possible. Okay, so the Latin name and all, it's not needed. Okay. Okay, thank you. So this will close. We will see in the next class. Good night. Good night to you all.